Hello, hello.
Hello. We're actually live.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and play the intro.
Okay, give me a second to get you back on screen here.
Mm-hmm.
My internet decided to just stop. So, 1 second. All right, I am good whenever you are there, Raven. Sorry about that.
Let's rock and roll.
Let's do it.
I will not drown in bloody sacrifice what remains of me. Risen from the dead to light of darkness, suffocation, resignation, I will never give in. I know you are magic. Your salvation is our damnation. Feel the weight of the skies on you of your sustenance. Find this flame of intention cleanse. This soul in the storm. Subjugate. Your fate will betray you.
Hey. Hello, everybody. Raven J here. Let me remove that from the stream. Hi. I am doing, one of my famous simulcasts. I am currently on my channel and on the goddamn podcast. So Raven J here, just taking over the world.
Hello.
One screen at a time. What's all that noise over there? What are you doing?
Me? I ain't doing nothing. I blame the internets, man. That's what it is. I
Blame the
internets.
internet. You always blame the internet. So I got a feeling it's not the internet.
This time was actually legit. I was just getting ready to get on here with you, and down it goes. Down for the count.
I got
But
you.
we booted back.
So I can actually, let me see if I can reconfigure this since you're going to be on goddamn podcast in the corner.
Yes.
If I reconfigure my screen, I can remove you from the main screen.
That would be awesome. I figured once you'd have as soon as someone else gets on, I think it should drop me by default. It's just doing that split there because it's just me and you right now. But
Maybe.
you do your magic, girly. If you can do it, let's do it.
Yeah. So now everybody gets a full view of
you.
This. Yeah.
Much better.
All of this, which everybody wants to see anyway.
Hey, I'm down.
Yeah, see. Whatever. It is what it is. Hello, everybody. Two watching. Oh, there's a whole two watching. I think, and there's one watching online. So that's three.
Three's not
Three,
bad.
three,
I can do three.
three watching. That's a whole lot going on there.
It's greater than zero, less than infinity. You know, it's something. Pick you up on the back end too, usually.
Which, it's interesting, I guess. I love how YouTube sends me a notification to let me know that I'm live. Like,
On your channel.
how would it's like now live on your channel? I know.
They're
I'm
getting better with the notifications. I'll give them that. They fucked up everything else with this new. I'm not sure if it's not implemented yet. This ambient mode. I can't notice a difference, but they've removed certain little features that I'm used to where they should be. So,
oh, you're just unhappy with change. I understand.
yeah. I mean, that's what kind of what it boils down to. Like, things just. I don't like when they're not where they should be. Like, stop fucking with it. It works. Leave it be.
I hear you. So what we got going on here? We got two watching still over there. One of them is Sean B.
Hey, Sean.
What's up, Sean?
I mean,
What's up?
we're up against like big titans of YouTube industry, Dusty Smith and shit. Was it Drunken Peasants or Amazing Atheist is live?
Oh
So,
yeah.
I mean, you know, it's
Eh.
had some big hitters going. I get it.
Yeah, but I'm Dev Shell too, motherfucker.
The Geek Room's live. Look at that. They're doing King Cobra.
Who? I have no idea who those people are.
Really? Live
Yeah.
tornado outbreak. Storm Chase in Texas. They're live. So much happening tonight. Fucking Friday
Wow.
night. Go out, people. What the fuck are people sitting at home on a Friday night?
That's some wild stuff. Who knew? I didn't.
No.
I didn't know. And there's nobody watching on my channel anymore. See that? You had to go and announce who else was on.
They all just went, fuck this, tornado chasing, hell yeah.
Yeah, no, they were like, oh, Amazing Atheist stuff. I'm out. Bounce. Yeah.
Gone. I do want to see what this tornado chase is.
See, now you're going.
But I can do two things at once.
You fucking chaser, you.
I don't need audio. Oh, they're just sitting on the side of the road with the wipers going full blast, man. Look at this. They have 899 live viewers.
See, that's where everybody is.
What the fuck,
That's
dude?
where everybody went.
No, 3,588 live viewers. Jesus fuck, man. We're in the wrong business, Raven. We need to be sitting on the side of the road doing storm chasing.
Yeah, I know. That's what we need to be doing.
And you'd be in Texas, east of Dallas, Fort Worth. That apparently is the thing.
Wow.
4,000. They're up to 4,000 now. This is nuts. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Hi, Carrie. How are you? So, I understand,
Hey, Carrie.
Carrie, we're going to be on together on Tuesday. That'll be fun.
Yeah, let's say Tuesday night. I kind of fucked up with the scheduling there because I forgot it's Yankee election night. So I didn't know like how much we're doing election coverage. Because obviously with Carrie, we want to cover Shanny.
Right. Well, I don't know how much there's going to be to cover. I mean,
yeah, I mean East Coast, right?
It's a shit show either way.
We start 10 o'clock Eastern, so I mean that's almost middle of the country. Eastern should be completely in by that time.
I don't know. Yeah. It's not my show. I just go along for the ride.
Yeah, I could do that too. Plus, I can blame the internet. So yeah,
right. Right. There you go.
You got my shtick now.
Yeah, no. I completely understand what you do and how you do it. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I
blame everyone else, and it's my first day here, so you know.
Yeah, so then we can blame Canada.
Yes, exactly.
I get it. I totally get it.
You got it now.
I am down. I am down with the sickness.
You guys have any like ballot measures happening for weed or anything in Jersey coming up?
No, Jersey weed is legal.
Oh, recreational?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Jesus,
Yeah, whenever
I
you
know under. I mean, it's been so long. I guess since I've looked into it because with like Christie, he wouldn't even allow medicinal. There's that.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, he's been gone for a number of years now, though.
I
so.
guess so. Yeah, because I remember the big case where it was like some. I don't know, like 8-year-old needed medicinal marijuana for seizures and shit, and he wouldn't allow it, so they had
He
to
was
move.
too busy. He was too busy sitting on the beach.
Shutting down fucking bridges.
That too. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, whatever. Whatever. He's gone. Yeah, he was a nightmare. But whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be a fun show on Tuesday, though. With Carrie on there, we're going to cover some shanty shenanigans. Hopefully, they pop their head up out of whatever fucking hole they've fallen into now.
Yeah,
It's
Shanny
been quiet.
and 2-Bite Rev. That's what I call them. 2-Bite Rev.
Foods and 2 bites.
Foods and 2 bites.
Like, literally, dude. She's like, oh, we got a sub, and I shared it. And he's like, I had 2 fucking bites, Shanny.
Well, I mean, we watched him have 2 bites.
Yeah, but this was like a recent thing, right before they got booed out of the hotel that was technically vacant. That was it was a fucking condemned hotel to start with.
It was condemned to start with?
Oh, that's right. You were sick the other night, so I can't open.
Well, I mean, I knew they were staying in the one, and the oil system broke because the copper had broken off, or was stolen and sold. I don't know which.
So according to that newscast we watched and the articles on it, which haven't been updated, but since that initial thing, they had a off-the-record interview with the owner of the place, and he's like, "Yeah, no, it's condemned, and nobody's, we're not renting anything. Nobody's here." So it's like the manager was letting fucking people stay there on the side kind of thing, but it was already condemned and closed because it didn't have potable water. And then there's the big oil spill, if you will, which my money's on fucking Rev instigated that by stealing the copper or did it on purpose.
Yeah, we saw Rev on the news. Because somebody else was saying that might have been you that Rev probably sabotaged it. It wouldn't make any sense to me because then they're homeless,
Right?
Like literally homeless. Like that was where they needed to.
Well, they've never been one for like the long con, like actually playing something out.
Yeah, but I mean, the end of the day that you're in isn't that long of a time. I mean, if you no longer have heat and the cold weather is coming,
they
were
desperate though, because I mean, this all happened on the Friday they were supposed to be booted from the place,
right,
like that morning. So it just things don't line up that perfectly for not to be.
Well, I had jokingly said that he had probably stripped the system for copper to sell it.
Yes, that is very logical. So, like, accidental, fucking themselves over or setting it up to be able to stay there. I mean, I don't want to go on people's looks and shit, but like the newscasts, it's the kind of folks that look like would steal copper to sell it. I mean, these people are hard up, so. But I don't want to judge. I don't want to judge people. It's just a weird correlation for the causation. I don't know. Yeah, I forgot you weren't around Tuesday, though. We covered a little bit of like the latest to start.
Chat a little bit. Figured I would bust some chops. I tried to donate $5 to the Streamlabs, not because I wanted to donate $5. I just thought it'd be funny to donate the $5 and be like, "Hey, where's my fucking pizza?"
Yeah, you gotta get combos, get pizza combos, maybe.
Well, no, I mean, a friend of mine had donated $20. It was Vegas. Had donated $20, and they're like, "This is for Raven for pizza."
Oh, was that on Tuesday?
That was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And so, like, on Tuesday, I was just like, "Hey, where's my pizza?" Actually, not on Tuesday. With Dark Matter last night, I was like, "Hey, where's my pizza?"
I didn't watch last night's. That's funny though. Yeah, I don't see any of the money from super chats. Nothing. It all goes into
I know.
TJ's deep pockets. So
It is what it is, man.
I just work here. It's my first
I
day.
just work here. I ain't sweating any of that. I
Nah.
just thought it'd be funny.
I am gonna work this weekend though on setting up some new super chat options and shit. I was kind of pondering things overnight. Plus, I got this new iMac, so I kind of want to break it in.
I got to see if I can get you to set all mine up too.
I'm not good at this stuff. Like I told TJ, like
Don't know shit.
I can do the technical shit, like put it together, but like being, like artistic. Like, okay, so I messaged you and said, hey, you have a thumbnail? And you're like, be creative. I'm
Right.
not creative.
Well,
I can do it technically, but
I used a picture of me from Halloween. That's what I used.
oh, dude, that you could have said that. That's a perfect thumbnail.
Nah, it's terrible. But I mean,
I googled demonic raven and chose the third option.
there you go.
Oh yeah, isn't that artistic?
It didn't have to be artistic.
Your creativity is off the chart. But if you send me a bunch of shit like for Streamlabs, you're like, hey, these clips this time, pull this shit off of YouTube, put this audio, I can do that.
Whatever.
Yeah. I got a new computer though. I'm kind of psyched about that. I mean, new to me.
Yeah. Got a used computer.
I did. I bought it on fucking eBay, which
So you got to clean out everybody else's porn.
No, it didn't have a hard drive. So I picked up the SSD came in. Like it was in my province. I've never done an eBay thing where I met the person. So it seems kind of wasteful to like spend the eBay fees on the sale when I met the guy, but whatever. I didn't have to pay shipping. But now I have to. I bought the SSD for it because it didn't have a hard drive, and it was supposed to have an i5 as an i3 processor. So I got to pick up a new processor, new to me, and a new to me graphics card, and then it's fucking perfect.
See if we can get Vegas to come on. That would be good. I don't know if she's around. Hey, Butch. What's up, Butch? So in case, everybody at the goddamn podcast, there is a whole nother chat room on my channel, on the Raven's Nest show. So, because like I said, this is like a simulcast where, two places at once. And Butch. Hey, where'd you go, Butch? Butch is over there. Hi, Butch.
Look at that. You're popping up now on my YouTube feeds, which is usually doesn't happen. It doesn't, unless I'm on a VPN, I can't even find your channel when I search for it.
Oh, that is all kinds of wild.
I might need to crop it. What do I need to crop? Somebody's messaging me saying I need to crop it. Okay.
What are you doing?
I don't know. Somebody said I need to crop it. I don't know
Crop
what that
what?
exactly. I'm looking at my output here. Everything looks fine. I'm gonna disregard that.
What we got here?
So nothing on the ballots then. Fun for Jersey. You have recreational weed, so that's not going to get people to turn out.
Yeah, but I mean, loss of democracy might hopefully get some people out.
Again, it's the long game. People don't look at it that way, especially for midterms. Like if Trump was on the ballots, that gets people to turn out. I mean, if you look at it, right, like technically he's on the ballots with all these attorneys, estates, or state attorneys. You know what I mean? Those positions are going to be the issues when he fills state roles with shit people that will put his electors in 24.
Right. State attorneys general.
That's it.
Right. It's just only a few states. Yeah, that's an issue. That, of course, is an issue. But I mean, my state has nothing to do with any of that. So here in my neck of the woods, it's a lot of there's Congress, of course. And then there's local stuff, and the local stuff is kind of important here. And we're having an issue locally with Proud Boys. So Peach and I and the kids, we're planning on going to an event tomorrow to raise money for Planned Parenthood. It's the Rovember FemFest, and it's a 6-hour concert, and the Proud Boys are crashing it. So,
that could be ugly.
yeah, that could be ugly. Yeah, it's women, trans women, cis women, just women in general, and LGBT folk in general. And now there's threats from our local Proud Boys. So,
See, being up here for so many years, like there's not a chance I could do. That would literally terrify the shit out of me that things are gonna pop off and something like that.
yeah, it scares me. I mean, it's not something it scares me when it comes to the kids.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to have the kids around shit like that. Like I'm reading this article now. A federal judge issues restraining order against Arizona group accused of voter intimidation. And I was watching this before we started streaming tonight. Like there's, it's Proud Boys, that kind of shit. Arizona's setting up outside these ballot drops with their fucking rifles and full camo gear, balaclavas on and shit, and people are like legit scared to go and drop off their ballots.
Yeah,
they set up the well, yeah, like people that were going to drop off their shit were wearing fucking ski masks, fucking putting shit over their license plate on their car and stuff, because they don't want the harassment. They don't want being not cool. I mean, like they don't. Again, big picture people. You don't see like that. You're the fucking the issue with this, like in voter intimidation.
So I want to answer Butch. Do I feel better? I mean, I've had so since the beginning of September, I've been sick now multiple times. Early September, it was by the end of the first week of September, everybody in my house had COVID. And then it's just been repetitive colds ever since. And that's because I've got a 5-year-old in school.
Yeah. You do have like a fucking direct connection then.
So yeah, right.
Everything.
Exactly. It is the respiratory virus pipeline, school to home pipeline, and that's what's going on there. And we are repeatedly getting sick, and I'm really tired of it. And it is what it is.
So have you done flu shots?
Not yet. Not yet.
Do you usually get flu shots, or are you kind of? Yeah, see, I was arguing this the other night with TJ, and he's like got every fucking anti-vaxxer talking point, even though he's like pro-vaccine and shit. He's like, oh, well, I don't get those because you always get sick when you get them, or you feel worse than getting the flu. And it's like, no, dude, no.
Has not been my experience. I get the flu shot and it hurts a little bit where the injection was for a few hours, and I'm good to go, and I go on with my day. Some people do get sick from it. Some people got sick from the COVID shots.
Sure. Like I generally feel like shit for about 24 to 48 hours after flu shot and COVID shot.
And
like
I mean,
fever, chills, and shit. But
if somebody thinks that their chances of not getting the flu are good without the shot, and the shot makes them sick, who cares? It's only the flu.
No, not only the flu. The flu's deadly. How many people die yearly from flu?
Newborns typically, and the elderly. If that isn't an issue in your life, then what difference does it make?
Let's see what influenza death for 2018-19. What does it say? 25,000 deaths in the States.
Yeah. That's actually
390,000 flu hospitalizations, 25,000 deaths out of 36 million flu-related illness.
yep. Out of 36 million flu-related illnesses.
Yeah. So the age, they break it down like into all age groups, 0 to 4. What is this? Okay, 326 deaths on 0 to 4, 5 to 17, 163. The biggest group, though, is the 65 plus
Right.
at 16,000 versus,
Right.
0 to 4, 326, and
So
18 to 49 is like 2,500. So,
if you're in your mid-30s and you have the flu and you're lying in bed, you're not infecting elderly people, right?
right. It's not killing kids hardly. It's
I did get the flu shot, and so have boys.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, he asked if I didn't get the flu shot. Peach and the kids got the flu shot.
I was all right.
You came down here for that?
Yeah.
I'm crazy.
I can't remember a year I've not had it. Like my entire life, I always get the flu shot.
Yeah, I mean, and next time I go to the doctor, I will get it. Because I go every couple of months.
Yeah, they just switched it here. So, you used to have to go to the doctor, then they allowed pharmacies to give it. And now the government's stepping in and doing all the bookings and shit. So you can still go to your pharmacy and get it, but you got to go on a government website to get the appointment.
Yeah.
But they're doing it for, like tracking purposes for statistics and shit. And
Right.
then taking all the
That's
shit off the
because-
pharmacy.
That's because you live in Canada where there is no freedom.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we did just lose handguns, which there has been like no coverage on it in the States. Like a little
I mean,
bit, nothing up here.
Did you look in the couch cushion?
No, it's definitely misplaced. I'm pretty sure the Prime Minister broke in and took it. When did this happen? October 21st. Like it was so recent and not any coverage.
No, we're not going to cover that kind of a thing. I hear.
Dude, we got like
Busy
38 million people, 40 million people here. Nobody can buy a fucking handgun and they're sunsetting.
We are way too busy being fucked up here.
I guess so.
No, that's what it is. We are far too
Canada
busy.
bans all handgun sales. And like I said, sunsetting the shit for like private sales. Like you're not gonna have a handgun up here in 10 years, just gone.
Do you
All we're-
care?
No, I could give it like two shits.
Yeah.
Nobody I know. I know one person here that has one rifle and he hunts. It's the only reason he has it.
Yeah.
And I'm in buttfuck rural ass fucking moose country here. Nobody
Right.
has
And, I
anything.
mean, I don't think, handguns are handguns. A rifle is a long gun, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't think long guns are going to disappear.
Oh no.
High capacity and all that kind of stuff, maybe. But,
No, they're not going to get rid of that just probably because they make too much off the hunting licenses and fees and fines.
well, it's not just that. People do eat.
Yep.
So,
Absolutely. Yeah, I know a lot of people that eat like venison and shit. And there's like a lotto system for moose license, shit like that. Deer's definitely an issue up here because not enough people do hunt, so the numbers are out of control.
we are currently under a ban for bear hunting here, and that's become a problem. I had 5 bear in my yard today.
Yeah. See, when they ban this shit, you need that certain amount of culling each year to control the numbers.
Yeah, and there's been a ban in place here for a couple of years, and the bear, it's just insane. There's a guy in my town went for a walk, and he got trapped, surrounded by 10 of them.
Jesus
He
Christ.
got his phone and he recorded it, and he posted it to Facebook. He's like, "This is insane."
Just like black bear, I'm assuming. Yeah.
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 And it's
but
just
still, enough of them.
It's really crazy, and it's just like I don't have a problem. There's a lot of real, like extreme bleeding heart kind of, tree hugging, don't step on the mushrooms,
Yeah.
um, kind of people that have pushed really, really hard to get the ban in place. And I mean, I am pretty far left. I am a tree hugger. But I mean, I've got an acre of property that my kids can't play on because of bear.
Exactly.
And people are like, oh, well, they were here first. And it's like, actually, I've lived in this town for, um, for 46 years. And when I was a kid, there weren't any bear in these woods because I used to play in these woods.
Yeah. Like I get the kumbaya, let's not kill the fucking animals, but you're not presumably like rural backwoods shit. So the numbers need controlled. They're gonna fucking end up getting killed, trapped, and then disposed of. Fucking hit by all sorts of vehicles. It's an issue. And then, unfortunately a kid's gonna die somewhere from this, and then it just gets reset. So
I mean, our town just opened up a pump track, and there was a lot of caused a lot of drama in the town. Just the money, there was like open space money that was used to build the pump track and blah 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 blah.
a pump track?
A pump track.
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, so it's a bicycle track where the way that it's designed is you don't really have to pedal to pick up speed.
Oh yeah.
So it's
Oh, I'm seeing it now. Okay, yeah. I
so
got you.
one of those, and it's all fine and good, and they're like, this is going to bring into the town center. It's going to bring some traffic, and that'll bring some business to the town center businesses, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
And
it
then
should be
all that
good.
is true, but it's also this is the woods. We're in the mountains. We live in the woods, and it's also going to people are going to eat their lunch and throw their lunch in the garbage, and that's going to attract more bear into an area where children are playing. And it's just like, if you don't have any kind of an organized bear hunt that's allowed by law and regulated and monitored and everything else, you're just going to have an out of control bear population. And that is what's happening. That's the case. Like I said, I had 5 in my yard.
Sense.
A neighbor started to blow an air horn, so I went outside to see what was happening, and there's 5 bear in my yard.
You're gonna have to get like bear mace or something to have on hand, just in
Well,
case.
I mean, try to buy it. It's illegal to buy it and have it shipped online
Jesus
in my
Christ.
state. It's just like it's just crazy. But it is what it is. There's a lot of bobcat and there's mountain lion sightings, and the state keeps saying there are no mountain lions. I mean, I saw one.
Yeah, we got them here.
Yeah.
Fuck, you got everything. I thought you're all like in the developed city and shit. You think Jersey? You think
I'm in the
built up?
woods.
Yes,
No,
you
I'm
are.
in New Jersey, but it's the woods.
Okay.
So, we place where we
Action
live.
Park. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Action Park. That's where I live. Yeah.
Yeah, so like watching the documentaries and shit for that, it's really fucking rural.
It's rural. It's country.
It's like a ski resort shit in the winter.
Right. When I was a kid, we used to do. Well, I didn't go. They used to do. They used to do cow tipping. That was the kind of thing we did here.
Did you ever go to Action Park?
I used to work there.
No, really? Like in the height of it, when it was the golden time?
I worked there in the 80s. Yeah.
Holy shit. Was it fucking nuts like they make it out to be in every documentary I've seen?
Yeah.
Like-
My brother actually worked there too. He got hurt a couple of times working there.
I'd imagine. Those rides are fucking
People were getting
amazing.
hurt all the time. I mean, it's a dangerous park.
Yeah.
I
Did
don't
you
know what
do?
it's like now because I haven't been in there in a while, but
Did you do the go down the bobsled thing, like that
Alpine
concrete
slide.
track?
Fun.
Alpine slide, yeah.
Slide was fun.
Really? Oh my god, that's so dangerous looking.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
Well,
on this little
no
fucking.
There's no real brakes. You're not attached to anything. You're in a little cart that's got like little tiny wheels,
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
In a concrete, like a half pipe kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
That goes down the mountain, and you're just there. There's something holding you in. There were people all the time that would go flying out of it. They'd go flying out of the track and it'd hit their head on the pavement and all kinds of stuff. It was
Sure, because I mean, you're steering the thing. There's no track you're on, like to guide it. It just
and right.
You
Well,
know.
you're just in right. There's no track, but you're inside the body of the slide. But you can like wheel right up out of it. There were people that ran their own fingers over too.
ouch. Yeah, you fucking go flying down this thing. It's crazy looking at it because going like down where the chairlift is, so it's just a fucking drop.
So for those
forever.
of you watching who are unaware, there is a couple of different documentaries about the place. It's in the town where I live. It's called Action Park. Is the name of the name of the amusement park. It
Class
was
Action Park. It was
Class
an
Action
HBO
Park.
documentary.
We used to call it Traction Park, is what we used to call it. But there's a couple of different documentaries about it. I mean, it's in its heyday. It was the most dangerous amusement park in America. And it was really fun. I mean, their slogan was that you control the action, because the reality was you did. They didn't take safety measures. I mean, you did whatever you wanted to do. It was like, hey, the park is open. Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was like.
It-
And that's what people did. They're like, okay, I'll go. Yeah. Because they didn't have like roller coasters. They didn't have those kinds of rides. It didn't, like no bumper cars. There's nothing on a track. Everything was, you were in control of whatever it is you wanted to do. They had Grand Prix racers, but on the racetrack that you drove on, there was nothing keeping the car on that road, because it was like, the road, and then it was grass. There wasn't even like a curb. So you could just drive away with it.
Did you go on this the Cannonball water slide with the loop?
No, that wasn't open long. That was only open for like 1 or 2 years when they first opened. Somebody got hurt in there. A couple of people got hurt in there really bad. So one person broke his back in it. And then there was somebody else that went through, and when they were going through the loop, they hit their face on the loop. And hang on a sec. Hello.
Hi.
Wow.
How are you, Vegas?
Drained.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm just glad to kind of kick back and hang out and say hi and
Yeah.
you know.
That's what I figured. We just bullshit and we take some time and
Yeah.
not think about stuff. You can hear about bloody stories from Action Park.
I haven't heard of it until I heard on the stream. Hi, some fat guy.
Hey, how's it going?
So somebody hit their face on the loop, on the inside of the loop. When he came out and his face was all bloody, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, that's terrible!" Blah blah blah, and they took him to first aid. What they didn't know was that his tooth got wedged in the where two of the pieces of pipe fit together. His tooth got wedged in there, and the next person that came through the loop got a big scrape where the tooth just cut them right open. So that person ended up having to go to the hospital because they got bit by a mouthless tooth. Yeah, Action Park was fun. A lot of blood.
Yeah, but it looks like the people that work there and shit had a fucking blast because it was just like as
Well,
much
there was a lot of
tails
booze.
you could chase, and
There was just a lot of
booze,
alcohol,
drugs.
a lot of drugs.
Mhm.
A lot of drugs, a lot of booze. They had, in every amusement park, when you first walk in and there's like the ticket booth, right? Everybody lines up.
Yeah.
So after a couple of years of being open, they took their old ticket booths and they put them off to the side. So they were just sitting there not being used. You would pay at the new booths, you would pay to get in, and you would walk past the old ones that were just sitting there rotting.
Right.
And a lot of people that worked there would go inside the old ticket booths and they'd get high. I had a friend who used to sniff brake cleaner.
Oh.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
used to sniff brake cleaner. He would go in there and he'd huff some brake cleaner and he'd come out all loopy for 10 minutes or however long it lasted. And Yeah, he would do that all day long while he was getting, paid to do it. He was on the clock. He got arrested once in there. Cops walked up while he was in there.
They huffing and shit. They bust him for that.
And brake cleaner.
Yeah, people will do anything to get high, but like that's what I'm looking up right now. The fucking the sheds and shit. You're not joking. It's the old like beat up shit all around the park.
It
It's like
it was pretty wild. I mean, the guy who owned the place, why am I drawing a blank? Gene, what the fuck was his name? Anyway,
yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Gene
Mulvihill.
Mulvihill.
Mulvihill. He designed all the rides. I mean, he pretty much in his head thought, "Hey, this would be cool," and then he would hire local people to build it.
Yeah,
Like,
he's got like no background though in like, any
No, he had no
engineering.
background. There was no testing. The testing where the employees would be able to get to go on it first to see if it worked. That was how they tested the rides. So there was no regulation, there was no monitoring. He would just be like, hey, this would be cool. And the kids that worked there would just jump at the chance to try it. And no, I wasn't a carny. I was not a carny. I worked in food, and I actually worked there a couple of times. The first time I worked there was general services, which basically means I walked around the park with a broom and a kick pan, and I cleaned up little messes and stuff. I ended up quitting when I worked that time because all of the supervisors in the park were college students who thought they were hot shit, and they would tell all the high school students who were working there doing the shit jobs to do the worst jobs. So when they asked me to clean up shit in one of the dressing rooms, because people would go into the Water World dressing room and they would take a shit on the floor, and it happened all the time because people are fucking disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
And I just refused to do it. I said, "Yeah, no, fuck you. Here's your broom. I'm out." Then a couple of years later, I got another job there working in food and beverage. And that's where I learned how to be a grill cook for the first time. So,
And it looks like most of the deaths occurred because of that wave pool.
yeah. Well, there are
I
people
think
that
somebody.
drowned. There are people that got electrocuted. There's all kinds of stuff in the wave pool.
Right, yeah, I'm seeing that the electrocution was on the
Colorado River Rapid.
Thank you. You're way ahead of me. Yeah, that's where electrocution
Ow.
occurred.
I can practically see the park from my house.
That's so cool because they reopened it, right? It's
Mountain
the owner's like son got the funding
not
together and opened
well,
it, or did he sell it?
Yeah, he doesn't have it anymore. Again, so the family lost it to somebody else, and they changed the name to Mountain Creek. And then the son took it over again, and he renamed it Action Park again, and now it's back to Mountain Creek again. It's a lot of drama around it. They owe all kinds of money to the town. The town bends over backwards to make them happy, and
I'd imagine they do, yeah, because it's the only thing out there.
they're not the draw they used to be. So, way back in the day, in the summertime, you couldn't drive across town. The traffic would just be at a standstill all day long. And police were pulling people over left and right. So there was all kinds of revenue coming from that park. And it hasn't been like that in a long time. So it just isn't what it used to be. So it's just like to continue to kiss their ass just makes no sense to me.
Well, it's too safe now, so a lot of that draw's gone. It's not. I probably can't just walk around with fucking.
That's
open
actually
container.
true. That's part of it. I mean, it's just like you can't get plastered and walk around there anymore.
Exactly.
The rides are all safe. Yeah. The park owns. There's a whole like half the mountain is condos, which is just like there's hundreds and hundreds of them. And the park owns all of that. It's called Stone Hill, and there's a lot of people that live up there. And that whole thing up there, it's mostly it's old people, it's divorced people, and there's a lot of drugs and there's a lot of domestic violence and all that kind of stuff up there. Like a lot of towns, they have like trailer parks for all that.
Yeah.
We have condos. The condos are that's the bad part of town.
Oh. It's kind of like Project D, but upper scale.
Yeah, because they're actual condos. I mean, they're nice. It's just right. It's kind of like the projects.
It does look pretty nice. Like if these pictures were Stonehill,
Hmm.
yeah, that's really weird that it's so seedy and you couldn't tell. I'm looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot, and there's also a lot of bear up there. That's something else because they have the big giant dumpsters up there, and
Right.
it's like a feast up there for all of the bears. So there's a lot of bears. That's where most of them are getting their food. That's allowing them to have 4 and 5 cubs, and they get big and fat.
So there's just no hunting of bear allowed in New
And there's,
Jersey.
there's no. Well, I mean, no. There's hunting in New Jersey. It's just that there was a legal bear hunt here, and the extreme environmentalists lobbied really hard to get rid of it, and they won. And now it's been a few years since there's been a bear hunt, and the bear population is just out of control. And like I said before, I mean, I am a tree hugger. I'll give you that. Hang on a second. I am a tree hugger. I give you that.
You're there.
But you got to control the population because, like I said, I got kids that can't go outside.
Right, right. I mean, it's a thing. I mean, I live not too far from the Watchung Reservation, and I used to work near it long before I lived near it. And they have the problem there, not with bears, but with deer. And they start running out on Route 22 and getting hit and causing all sorts of damage and everything. And so every 7 to 10 years, they'll organize a hunt and just call the numbers. And people, will be out there protesting. It's like they'll either going to starve to death or going to get hit by vehicles. We need to call the herd. I mean, this is just a matter of fact because there's no predators around.
Yeah.
And I get it, but it's the thing too. It's like, oh, it's Bambi, and like, oh, deer are really destructive.
What's the thing is here recently, the cat population, the bobcat, and again, reportedly from just local eyewitnesses, the mountain lion population has grown here. And there are people like they doubt that's no, we don't have them. I mean, I saw one a few years ago, but I mean, no, we don't have them. But I know what? I don't see nearly as many deer as I usually see. And what would naturally keep the deer population in check here would be the big cats. So
And bear.
So it looks like they outlawed in 2021, and since then, bear sightings and incidences are up 98% from 398 in 2021 to 1,100 in 2022. Like
It's
a
really
1 year
bad.
spike.
Yeah, it's really bad. And yeah, clock, they're black bear. And I mean, and they're beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful. But like I said earlier, I went outside on my back deck and there was 5 of them in my yard and they're looking up at me. And I'm like, hey, oh boy.
Article goes on to say like they're doing a lot of trapping and relocating. Are you like aware of that or looked into that?
Yeah,
or
but they that's the thing is that they will only trap them if they're considered nuisance. And to be considered nuisance, they have to come within 10 feet of people. And they have to be like very threatening and stuff. So just being in my yard isn't enough.
Yeah.
Because I've actually called to have it taken care of a couple of years ago, and they said, yeah, no. So I was like, okay. And then it's like, these are the same people that said that the mountain lion aren't here. The ones that I saw,
Mhm.
aren't here. So I don't have a lot of faith in them anyway.
Well, the other thing too, unless you're getting attacked, you're not supposed to, unless you're defending yourself, you're not supposed to discharge a firearm within 500 feet of a dwelling.
Right.
So that means you can't shoot them, get rid of them.
Right. One thing that people around here will tend to do to try to scare them off is they'll call the police and have the police come and fire off. They have a special kind of gun that they use to scare the bear.
Yeah.
They have their bear gun in there. It doesn't really work, and sometimes the cops won't even get close enough to be effective because they're like, yeah, fuck that, and I don't blame them.
Because it's a bear.
Bear. But at the same time, it's the kind of their job. you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, but you're walking up to a bear with essentially fucking blank bullets to scare the shit out of it.
I mean, well, this is the thing though. This is all part of that. What what the whole defunding is about, right? That's not, if the cops are not the right people to call for that, then we need to spend money on the people who are the right people to call.
well, we have in Vernon, we have animal control.
Mm.
And animal control in Vernon is actually, it's one of the larger ones, if it's not the largest, in our county.
Mm.
And it covers Vernon and Hardiston. It covers the town of Sussex and part of another town, and it's a pretty. But they don't do wild
Yeah.
animal calls,
Right.
so then they need to change their name from animal control to only some animal control.
Yeah. It's lost. It's a wayward domestic animal call. Control.
Wayward domestic animal, because it's just, that makes no sense.
Yeah, ineffectual
there
dog
was
catchers.
a cop a few years ago who shot a dog that was loose, and everybody was in an uproar. Why didn't anybody call animal control? Well, it was like, well, we did call animal control, but he was on vacation.
The guy, yeah.
Yeah, the one
Right.
guy for the department.
You get a town of 20,000 people, right? It's a nearly 70 square mile town with 20,000 people. You need more than one guy for animal control. God damn it!
Yeah, especially like, we can't do anything about animal control because the
Joey's,
dude's on vacation.
Joey's on lunch. Oh, you're getting mauled. You'll have to wait. Joey's
That's
on lunch.
crazy. I mean, there's just no physical way to like police the entire area with one guy. That's just the number of roads.
Well, and the thing is, if they don't want to have, like, I can see why a town might not have a dedicated like bear guy, but it seems like the county should at least have like the bear, especially with the number of bear sightings and
Bear squad.
Yeah, the bear squad, exactly. Like, yeah, and in fact, nowadays you can have an app and you say, "Hey, bear sighting," and they can go out and respond to the bear.
Sure, but I mean,
So-
ultimately, where's the money come from?
You don't want 'em.
to hire that.
We got those, and they come out like Rambo, and they think they're hot shit. They look like Paul Blart, or whatever.
Paul Blart with a real gun.
Right. So in Colorado, we have a lot of these, things.
I can see that. They're walking with a gun, right? Really quiet, doing that kind of sideways kind of creep, and they'll
It
be
was
like,
so weird
"Children, and get under the bed."
because
I've got
I called him once, and what my son came to me. He's like, "Dad, there's a bear outside," and I'm like, "Yeah." And then I heard the rustling, and I looked down, and I'm like, "Oh shit!" They went into my garage, a mama and her cubs, and I opened up the door, and this bear was on its hind legs, like in my garage, right?
Holy shit!
And I slammed the door, and I held my back to it like I'm in a horror movie. Like, holy fuck, there's bears in my garage. And so yeah, I called those guys, and this fucking schmuck comes out like fat Rambo, right? Like, yo. And he was annoying as hell, and he was not helpful whatsoever. So
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah.
So they used to come. The state would send somebody. They used to come, and they used to move the bear somewhere else. And what they would do is they'd set up this trap, which is like a big, giant steel cylinder that's got one end is sealed off with like a cage, and the other end's got the door that's propped open. And they would take chocolate covered bacon and put that inside the trap, and that was what they would use to, trap the bears. And it worked. When I had my deli, they would always go into the dumpster all the time. And I don't know about now, but at the time there was a fine for feeding the bear. And if they went into the garbage, that qualified as feeding the bear. So it's just like, well, what are you supposed to do? And I mean, I had a restaurant. The bears were coming every night. They were in the garbage every night. So they came out and they put out a trap. And first night, they caught a great big fucking bear. And they came with a truck and they lifted up the entire trap with the bear in it and drove away.
Jesus.
Here we do have a problem of people feeding the deer and the bears.
Mm.
They will feed bears by hand, like they have that kind of affection. It's a thing.
I mean,
Believe it.
I get the allure. I mean, there's something kind of cool. Like, I wish I could feed a bear. I'm also
Sure.
smart enough not to ever fucking do it.
Fucking right. Right. But like, I mean, mostly it's like, yo, we don't want them around here, you know? Like, stupid. Hello.
Oh, I read recently about this, and there was a video about it. There was some town in Vermont, I think it was, and they decided to go all like libertarian, and so of course then everything was opt-in and everything was voluntary and all this kind of stuff, and the place got overrun by bears inside of like 8 months because no one wanted to pay. No one wanted to put the money up to do what needed to get done. And then, of course, there were some people feeding the bears and all sorts of wacky shit, and the place got over. And basically, people effectively had to abandon the place because fucking bears.
Yeah, it's really
Hang on,
stupid.
sorry. I've got too much happening at once.
Yeah, disregard that message. Like for now, just something for
Which
you to read
message?
later. That I just sent you. Sorry about that.
How you
I
doing,
was doing
Joe?
some housekeeping. Sorry.
How's your week? You look better.
Yeah, I guess I'm still fighting the COVID, but I'm on the mend. Although my throat's spot, I'm not so sore. I'm just I'm it's kind of, I don't know, kind of sounding weird. At least to me, I sound weird.
You kind of answered my question, but are you coughing a lot from it?
No, well, it's funny because I did a lot early on and then almost none, and I've actually been coughing more the last 2 days. Yesterday was actually was a bad day. Like I was feeling pretty good Tuesday, and I was figuring out 2 more days of this and I'm done. And then Wednesday I felt a little worse, and then yesterday I felt even more worse. But today I'm back in the right direction.
Good.
That's good.
Oh, well, yeah, that's good.
Kind of idiot gets close to a bear in the first place.
I mean, it's one. Even if it was like a tame bear, like just like a bear that's been trained and all that, I still, as much as I might want to approach it, I still don't think I would. I still think I'd be like, It's kind of like you think about Siegfried and Roy, right? I mean, I like what Chris Rock said about it. Is people said, "Oh, the tiger went crazy. The tiger went crazy." Because that tiger didn't go crazy. That tiger went tiger.
Yeah.
Tiger went tiger, yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much. I got news.
Okay. Is it good?
Well, I got all sorts of news, but I'll tell you the good news.
Okay.
I went in for my first consultation for FFS today.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. And
surprisingly attainable. I had I'm like not a physician. I'm not a surgeon, but I went in there and he kind of, looked at everything and kind of explained every technical procedure that they thought I would need.
right.
Or that I might want to get. And it was pretty cool because I had anticipated that I wouldn't be able to afford this like for a long time. Like I anticipated like on a low, like 60K plus, and it was going to be something like like in sort of that figure.
Right.
But I need less done than I thought I did. Actually,
I should know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he kind of broke it down for me in a way that like helped me like better visualize it, I guess. And he said, like they quoted it all up, and it was like 35, which is a huge thing for me, right? Because it's like, this is putting it like in the realm of, I could do this like within the year, kind of thing, and that was pretty great. The other news is Snoop Dogg's coming to town.
Nice.
We're gonna go see
Okay.
that. That's it. That's the good news.
Tickets expensive for that?
Hmm?
Are tickets
Yeah.
expensive?
Well, I don't know because I didn't buy mine. I'll tell you guys, I'll just fucking throw it out there. I had a god awful morning, like a really god awful one. I woke up, to discover there was almost no money in my checking account, you know, and I had let's put this thing out on Facebook to some friends, like, you know, do you guys want to go to Snoop, see him when he comes into town? And I offered to like Venmo some money to whoever wanted to buy tickets, and then I had to text her. I'm like, I can't afford to go right now. You know, I was like, I felt like embarrassed and humiliated because I usually don't have these kind of problems. And I was driving on the way up to the doctor, and Rachel just fucking bought me a ticket. You know, it was like super fucking nice. So,
That's sweet.
yeah.
Well, yeah, anywhere from like $75, you know, way the fuck up's like 1,000, depending where you want to sit. 1,018 is the highest. The lowest being 76. This is for Idaho, though.
See, I wouldn't spend more than $50 on a show, and that's why I haven't been to a concert since 1989.
Yeah, in LA, they're like $2,000 for like VIP ticket, with the cheapest being $179 plus a $60 deposit.
The only
nuts.
artist I mean, there's lots of bands I like, but the only band that I would pay that much, because I'm assuming the VIP means is that like where you get a backstage meet and all that?
I closed it. Yeah, it doesn't say right on it. I can find out.
The only one that I'd pay that much for if it was a VIP with a backstage meet with Ozzy. I'd love to eat Ozzy. Everyone else would be nice to meet them, but I'm not spending $2,000. Ozzy, I'd spend.
Dude, you're not gonna understand a word that man is saying.
I don't care. I just want to be near Ozzy. I just want to tell him how much I love him. Actually, Ozzy acknowledged my existence once.
Nice.
My friend Johnny and I, we were at this was late 80s. This was at the Meadowlands, Brendan Byrne Arena when it was still around. It was Vixen, White Lion, and Ozzy. Ozzy was obviously the headliner,
Right.
and so we had tickets third row center. We picked him up. One of our friends graduated from high school, and we went to the graduation at Garden State Arts Center. And this guy my friend Johnny knew was there, and he's like, now his new job was scalping tickets. He's like, hey man, I got tickets third row center at Ozzy. We're like, fuck yeah. So anyway, we're watching the show, and on the floor, everyone's standing on their chairs like the whole time. So at one point, you know, Ozzy's doing, you know, it's point where they're doing solos and stuff, and Ozzy's running around, you know, doing crazy things, throwing water on people and all this shit. So Ozzy was off on one side of the stage doing stuff, and he was there for a while. So the people in my section, I guess, got tired of standing, and they sat down. Well, Johnny and I were like, fuck it, we're still standing up. Ozzy comes running back towards center stage, and you know, when you're third row center, you're close enough that they can see you. So
right.
He comes running toward the middle, and he's like, ah, and we're like, ah, and he's like, ah, you know, right at us. And that was so fucking cool. Like, Ozzy Osbourne knows I'm alive.
Yeah, these VIP
cool.
ones doesn't give you like backstage. It's just access like booze, better seating, VIP merch, VIP restroom.
VIP. You
access
get to spend
lockers,
even more money for buying the more money ticket.
access to upgraded food vendors.
$2,000 and no backstage meet. It should come with a blowjob. And I didn't come with that. I was spending $2,000.
What is ticket price? $879 plus like about $50 in fees, and it's just access to VIP merch.
In 1989,
stage.
I saw Soundgarden and Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses was the headline at Madison Square Garden, and then about 2 years after Ozzy, or 2 years before Ozzy and I broke up, my ex-boyfriend Ozzy.
Yeah.
Not Ozzy Osbourne. 2 years before we broke up, he took me for Christmas. He took me to Continental Airlines Arena to see Bon Jovi. And yeah, that's it for concerts. I really don't do concerts.
My very first concert was Journey, also at Brendan Byrne Arena. That was cool. And I saw Iron Maiden several times. I saw Rammstein a few times. I've seen.
Fuck yeah!
I saw Judas Priest open up for Megadeth. That was cool. And I'm skipping the small venues. Like I saw Dio actually at a smaller venue. Do you remember Raven? Do you remember Birch Hill?
Who?
Birch Hill Club.
No.
Okay, it was they did smaller concerts there, although they did do outdoor concerts too. Or what about Club Benet?
No.
I ran
I'm up
into
here in the woods, man. I don't know nothing.
yeah I ran into
I know Bethel Woods.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
I've never. Well, it's right by Woods. It's Woodstock.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I ran into John Bon Jovi and Sebastian Bach the same night at Club Benet.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I mean this thing is right near Sayreville, and obviously John Bon Jovi's from Sayreville, so
Right. Yeah, he grew up on Robin Hood Lane. I'm just saying.
Yeah. One of my fraternity brothers went to high school with him. He was like a year ahead.
Yeah, I actually worked with a guy who went to school with him. Said he was a dick.
Yes, that's what my friend said too. Yeah, he was because the thing was
Who,
he
Bon
was,
Jovi?
yeah he was he was one of these people. He's like people that captain the football team kind of thing. He's like the local rocker and because even before he got famous, I actually have the Star Wars Christmas album. He's actually on that, like 1979.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm somehow related to him, apparently. Like, my mom's talked about, like, she used to babysit him constantly and shit. And they grew up together, but I don't. I've met him and shit, but I was like, fucking.
She's from New Jersey?
Yeah. Lots of family from there.
Well, probably. Funny thing is, I could have run across her path.
His house now on Navesink Road is amazing. I mean, it looks like it's modeled after Versailles. I mean, it's like, dude, that's where you live? It looks like a museum. Right on the water.
Bon Jovi house.
I'm looking at where Robin Hood. Oh shit!
Yeah, on my
Oh wow, that is so gaudy as hell.
Bon
Holy
Jovi's
shit.
current house.
Yeah, dude. Oh my fuck.
Yeah,
Like it's like a fucking castle, like on the water and shit.
yeah.
Not a castle, but like, it's so fucking.
I mean, it's modeled after Versailles. So yeah.
Okay.
If you look up Robin Hood Drive in Sayreville, New Jersey, there is actually a marker for John Bon Jovi's childhood home.
Yeah. When on my 18th birthday, MTV gave away Bon Jovi's childhood home as a contest.
I remember that.
That's why I know it was on Robin Hood Lane or whatever it is. Yeah.
Drive, yeah.
Oh yeah, his childhood home looks like my house.
Yeah, it's
It's just a normal like split level house, or is it even a duplex? Maybe. No, I guess not. It does. It looks like it from the distance, like it has two doors. But
it's
yeah, that's what it's talking about. 1989 MTV giveaway.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I was like 5 years old, so I don't remember that.
Yeah, he was.
Well, I mean, it was on my birthday. That's why I remember it. Like, oh, I got to win that for my birthday. That would be so cool.
I mean, he was almost in Sayreville. South Amboy at that point.
Yeah, these pictures of it from the MTV thing, like it's so Jersey looking, dude. Everyone there is just, I don't know. Like if you ask me where it was, it's like, oh yeah, it's Jersey.
That's just because it's because it's Jersey. That's why. It's like, wow, man, New Jersey is so New Jersey.
Well, you got like all these like mafia motherfuckers and shit here.
New Jersey is as a New Jersey as it gets.
Yeah, I don't think there's any place around that's more New Jersey.
I mean, there's Jersey, so that might be more Jersey than Jersey, but as far as New Jerseys go,
then the only way you could be any more New Jersey than the average New Jersey person would be if you're eating Taylor ham, egg, and cheese while being in the mob and wearing a jersey.
And pizza.
And pizza.
you guys still have Acme grocery stores?
No, well, actually, yes.
Acme
because
Markets.
Acme bought the company that owned A&P. A&P and Pathmark merged, and then Acme bought them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So-
looking it up.
so we
There's
actually
like
do have Acme.
shit ton of, well, not a shit ton, but like a couple of dozen.
Well, we'll see. What gets me is that way back when, like, you had Pathmark, you had A&P, you had ShopRite, and Acme. And Acme was kind of like the low rent food store. It was like, kind of the crap food store. And it's
Yep.
weird now that Acme owns almost all the others, and it's like they were the shit store. way back.
Oh,
They're
now
still
they're kind of up and up.
There's still I hate Acme, but I don't have a whole lot of options
Yeah,
because like the two A&Ps over here are now both Acme. So,
yeah.
but like A&P, like got to be it's the Atlantic Pacific Tea Company, and they were like a massive company, but their headquarters was right here in Hamburg, right on Main Street in Hamburg, which is Main Street isn't even really a main drag. It's a little tiny, little road that goes off to the side, and it's called Main Street. And there used to be a building there that just had like stenciled letters A&P, and that was their corporate office.
Right.
That was where they started, and it was just like A&P. I mean, shit, people outside of our area know of A&P, and that started right here in Bumblefuck, New Jersey.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
was it
down
the first Blimpie was in Hoboken, and I know that because I went to college in Hoboken, and if you went to Blimpie, it said Blimpie Base number 1.
Oh wow, there was
I
a
haven't-
place in Patterson
I haven't
called
seen one of those in years. I don't.
They're still around.
Yeah.
Subbase still around.
Yeah, yeah, Blimpies is still around. Yeah.
Olympics, yeah, I don't
There's A&P Canada. The fuck?
surprise me.
There's
They
a
got-
wiki article, so
But yeah, there used to be a place in Patterson called Subbase, and they made the best sandwiches when I was a kid.
I've heard of them actually. I never went to one, but I heard of them.
I am bouncing around between the two chats.
I'll be right
yeah,
back.
it's in Ontario. A&P Markets. That's fucked up that we have them here. Well,
Why is that
not
fucked
near
up?
me, but I don't know.
People-
Just
People eat in Canada, don't they?
yeah, but we have like the Canadian ones and shit, like Loblaws.
Oh yeah,
and
of course.
just different
What do you-
versions of Loblaws.
What do you expect to have? New Jersey ones?
I don't know. It just seems weird they broke into the market up here.
I went into New York State, and all of the businesses there were New York.
I get that. I don't know. You don't see so much shit like that up in, at least on the Atlantic side of Canada. Like I've explored a bit of Ontario and out west and shit, but
It's all just so crazy. It's crazy. What is this? I didn't share this, did I? September.
Oh yeah. By the way, I want to say something to a Canadian. I went to a Tim Hortons and that shit was so overrated. It's unreal.
yeah, it used to be way better. But it got bought out by Burger King in like 2015, 2016, and it's just gone to absolute shit because it's all Burger King fucking
Oh yeah.
supplier for food. They switched the coffee. Everything about it's changed.
Like Canadians are all like cult like about their Tim Hortons, like
Yeah.
those fucking crazy ass In-N-Out cultists. You know what I'm talking about? Those
Yeah, oh,
fucking
yeah.
people.
Definitely.
Oh my
Fair
god, you
comparison.
gotta go here. It's the best thing ever. You go eat. It's like, yo, I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah.
a hamburger, right? Like,
I mean, there's
good.
like groups of old people that every day meet at certain hours at the Tim's, like religiously. It's a fucking. It's like the main event to do.
The thing is, I mean, I've tried Tim's. I like it better than Dunkin' Donuts. Not the way Dunkin' Donuts used to be when they still made the donuts on the premises, but ever since they stopped and got crap, there was a Tim Hortons on around Keyport, but I looked it up just a couple days ago. It's gone. So
Yeah, that's what they did too. Like they used to bake their donuts and shit on premises, and now since Burger King owns it, it's all just shipped in and unthawed.
Keyport Hazlet area.
Krispy Kreme donuts has another cultish like
Oh,
fan
God,
base.
and there's
That's changed. That's legit good though.
We
it's awful. It's
We,
spicy and overly sweet. It's nasty.
we
What
got
the
one
hell?
just a couple months ago here.
What the hell happened to Burger King, though? Speaking of Burger King,
Well,
it was like when I was a kid, they were like one of the greatest things going. Now they're always empty. Their ordering boards, the loudspeakers, they're always all busted up. There's never any employees. All the food got smaller.
It's just falling apart. Yeah, dude, like their fucking fish or their Whoppers and shit back in the day, like was so fucking legit as a kid.
Yeah.
It was a
Yeah,
really decent
Now
sandwich.
they suck. It's just like, well,
Yeah.
what that happened? And the McDonald's by me is always packed. Always.
Mhm.
I can't remember the last time I've been to either of those. It's been a long time.
well, I still get Burger King. I like to get the Whopper Juniors with extra ketchup and no cheese. But their fries suck. They have battered fries, and I don't like battered fries.
Ew. Yeah, that's
Yes,
nasty.
I think that was what did them in was when they got rid of the regular fries.
Their
I
onion
think-
rings used to be
I think the
delicious.
advent of the gourmet burger places, or like the super burger places, are kind of kicking those places out because we've got a Whataburger, we got the In-N-Out.
Oh my god,
we've got-
Whataburger is disgusting. I had it in Texas. It's terrible.
Is
I-
it?
I haven't
It's
tried it.
literally the worst thing I've ever ingested in my life. I couldn't
Really?
believe I couldn't finish it. I
Wow.
took 2 bites and it was terrible. I threw it
Yeah,
We
out.
don't
she
have Stuff
always
like,
your good shit.
like the closest thing I think we have we have a place here called Cow Patties, where it's just like I don't know why the fuck you would name your burger place out of cow shit.
Oh, shit.
Right. The closest Five Guys is like an hour away. The other thing is
That's too near
Cheeseburger
me.
Dice is like an hour away. There's like all we have is we have Burger King, we have a Wendy's, and we have a McDonald's.
Wendy's
I've
is
got-
all right.
I've got 2 Five
Wendy's are
Guys.
better.
I got a Smash Burger, although I don't like Smash Burger either.
Different-
And there's a 34 burger. I think it's called 34 burger or 43. I forget. But most importantly,
See, we don't have White
White
Castle.
Castle.
God,
Yeah. We have Crystals, which is the redneck version of White Castle.
the nearest White Castle is about 45 minutes away. If I lived close to a White Castle, I would be there all the time. It's probably good I don't.
Yeah, now that you say that, I remember going to White Castle all the time as a kid in Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were everywhere,
so-
right?
yeah,
so
I
the
mean,
West. Whoops, sorry.
Go ahead.
well, I was gonna say I'm my appetite. I haven't eaten much the last week, and my appetite just came back. I'm like, I'm getting fucking White Castle.
Did
So
you lose your taste of smell or sense of smell and taste and stuff?
It went a little bit, but it was mostly because I was just really congested.
Yeah.
on the West Coast, we have our own version of White Castle, but it's called Del Taco. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, we used to have a
Yeah.
Del Taco. back
So-
home.
So it's like because like both are like completely shit food, right? But like you want it kind of thing, you know. And yeah, Del Taco was my White Castle
Mm.
for sure.
Aren't they just tacos and shit though? It's like the ghetto version of Taco Bell.
It's the place you walk into and it's just got like random shit on the menu, right? It's like there's your tacos, your burritos, there's a hamburger, you know, it's like what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, we had like Taco Bell, and then like 3 stores down was Del Taco. And I don't know, I just assumed they're the same thing, just like worse.
It was White Castle's the belly bombers. Their sliders are belly bombers.
I'm just glad that Taco Bell brought back the Mexican pizza.
Me too. Fucking
I mean,
Oh, that
yes.
sounds awesome.
It was weird
Yes.
when they canceled it. It was one of their best sellers, and they canceled it. Or we're changing our menus. That's not how you
I
change
was
menu changes.
so mad. That's literally the only thing I ever ordered was that fucking combo with the 2 tacos ever. That's
Right,
all I
right.
ever got. I was
It
like,
does look pretty
fuck?
nice. Like the pictures of it look pretty fucking legit, dude.
It's
Yeah,
very
it was
good.
like the one. It
Taco
was like
pie.
it was like the one thing on the menu that had something different about it that like isn't just like reassembled into different things
Yep.
because it had that sauce and shit on there that was like I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes no sense to get rid of that. I mean, it's nothing that's not already, like you said, on the menu. It's just reassembled into a different form of it. So,
Well, it's one thing you mentioned that years ago. I used to call on Princeton University at the power station and cogen plant, and there was this guy from the UK worked for GE named Paul, And sometimes he would happen to be there when I happened to be there, and we got, since we were working, together, we got to be friends, and we would go out to, mostly to Indian because he liked Indian food too. But one day we decided to go to Mexican, and Mexican's not really big in the UK. Maybe a little bigger now, but we're talking, like 20 years ago. And we go out to this this Mexican restaurant, and he's like, "What's a burrito?" And I'm like, it's meat and meat, beans, and cheese and rice, and vegetables in a tortilla. And what's flautas? It's the same thing. What's an enchilada? And he was just lost because you well, different combinations, different ratios of the various things, and so we ended up ordering like a whole bunch of smaller plates and like, here, just try everything,
Do you guys have On the Border chains out there?
Yes, not that many.
do?
But we do some.
Okay. So if you're by one, they have this super gringo ass recipe for brisket barbecue tacos. It's like the best shit ever. Eat that. It's super good. They aren't Mexican whatsoever, but
It's
they're pretty
tasty.
great. Yeah.
Do you remember
Yeah,
from 2011 the lawsuit over Taco Bell's mystery meat? Because USDA wanted to say, where is it? I was looking. Okay. So the Taco Bell's meat couldn't be called meat because it's mostly fillers. It contained more oats and seasoning for fillers than actual meat.
Yeah, as long as it's not sawdust.
Right.
Yeah,
It
I
always
haven't seen
tasted
that
great
part
to
yet.
me.
Relatively short article, but so Taco Bell just kind of settled out of court, so it all could get buried basically, and they paid off, so it's like a closed settlement. I guess that's why there's not much after like 2011 talk about it, but yeah, not actual meat.
But if it's actual food, that's okay.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, well, you're eating like seasoning, oats, and sawdust.
Right. Well,
Well,
They should have just leaned into it and did like the first vegan thing, right? They
Oh
could've just-
yeah, well, yeah, it would have been the first vegan thing that
Not meat. That's right. That's what we
Yeah.
meant. Not meat.
yeah, we're healthy. It's oats.
Right.
They probably get away with it now.
Taco Bell's okay. I'm not really a fan. Yeah. So
Oh yeah, this here says. So it's not that it didn't have any meat; it just has more oats than meat.
Yeah,
yeah. Kebabs. Do you have good kebabs?
that I have to look up because I always get that confused for what we call them. I think donaires up here.
Well, donair is a specific kind. It's not exactly the same as regular kebabs, but it's based on them. They're kind of they have a common ancestor.
So yeah, or is it the kebabs where it's on the stick where it's meat and veggies and stuff like that?
Do it yourself on the barbecue at home. That's all.
Yeah, okay. So that I'm confusing with donairs where it's more of a spit or meat on a stick that's shaved.
Yeah, like your donair is really more like shawarma.
Yes, that's it.
Well, then again, you guys have something. We've got disco fries, and you have poutine. They're similar, but they're not identical. You guys, there's usually like that squeaky cheese, and we use like cheddar or provolone or mozzarella.
Yeah, or even like down south, there's chili cheese fries. Then there's nothing like that up here. It's all poutine. It depends where you go. Different regions of Canada use different cheese and different versions of the gravy. Sort of like biscuits and gravy differs throughout the South.
Right.
But yeah, it's definitely shawarma. Want to look that up? It's essentially that.
Never had shawarma.
Yeah, disco fries. There's nothing better than disco fries when you're like into the clubs all night, you're drunk, and it's like 3:00 in the morning, and you're in a diner.
I've never heard of disco fries.
They're
Yeah,
fries,
poutine.
fries with cheese melted on it. Like I said, either cheddar, mozzarella, or provolone, and then usually gravy over top of it. So it's similar to poutine.
See,
I
the
think it's a great
provolone sounds good.
What's that?
The provolone sounds good. Personally, I
Yeah.
don't like the real poutine up here with the cheese curd,
Right.
which is like the official version. I don't like the cheese curd, so provolone
Yeah, me
sounds fucking delicious.
When I had the deli, we used to make the disco fries. So we would put bacon on it and all kinds of stuff. It was good
Mm.
stuff.
I usually like to get
I
the
am-
gravy on the side because this way then the fries don't get mushy.
Yeah.
I'm more of an onion ring person. I go for those. I just got a thing, and I like them at Red Robin. They got those super big, thick tower of so good.
There used to be a place down near the start of the shore called the Southern Rib House, and they make because I'm not a big onion ring person, but
I love
theirs
it.
were amazing because they sliced them super thin,
hmm
and then the batter was like it wasn't just flour, it's like flour and cornstarch. It was very light, and they used to make it literally in bricks. So you'd order a slab, and you either get a whole slab, a half slab, or a quarter slab, and they were amazing.
Sounds good. I like all. I'm an onion fan. Even
Yeah,
that
it's-
bloomin' thing at
Hmm.
Outback
Yeah,
or whatever.
those I
those
kind of like
things.
those at the steakhouses and stuff.
Yes.
And there was a place in Patterson called Johnny and Hanges. Used to go there all the time when I was a kid. They had the best onion rings on the planet.
Johnny, what?
Johnny and Hanges.
So, Joe, are we gonna get nuked?
What? Are we gonna get
Is,
nuked?
is Ukraine gonna get nuked?
I don't think so.
Is there anything else going on in the world? Because I've been living under a rock.
Yeah, Putin's like issuing a little bit more warnings and shit. Plus, like, a lot of journalists are pulling out of certain regions, or embassies are telling their people to get the fuck out of certain areas. So a little bit of a heightened fear, I guess, if you will, this week from what I've been watching.
Well, the thing is, though, is like basically what Biden's doing some quiet diplomacy, and he's doing instead of like the get out here, put your foot up on the bar and start banging shit. He's basically moving units around, and they're announcing it, but they're not making a big deal about it.
Right.
So we sent another carrier battle group to the Mediterranean. They actually were deploying A-10s to Guam, and a few other moves. They this was planned to do anyway, but he accelerated it. Basically, Poland is going to allow B-61-12 freefall nuclear bombs to be stockpiled. So we're basically changing out. They were there in Europe anyway, but they were changing out for new ones, but they accelerated that and they moved them closer. And basically, he's telling Putin, yeah, just don't.
Don't.
You see the moves, you know what we're doing. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's your take on the latest leaks this week from spies and shit of his ailments and cancers and stuff like that?
Yeah, I know. Fuck Putin. On the home front, though, we have Kash Patel made a deal with the Department of Justice. He got immunity, so he's going to testify. There's nobody above him other than Trump, so they gave him immunity. So that's good news.
What was he just like general advisor? I'm looking up because I don't recall too much of Kash Patel. Just an advisor to Trump. Kash Patel, U.S. Department of Defense.
Yep.
He had so many different defense secretaries. I didn't know Kash Patel was one of the.
Yeah, well, he kept just swapping them out. So
Yeah, and this is regarding the documents, the Defense Department documents.
Yeah, it'll be fun. There's a whole bunch of stuff on the home front that is going definitely not in Trump's way. So it's good.
Yeah, I can see a lot of shit landing against Trump once the midterms are out of the way. It seems like they're kind of holding back to not look as political.
Right.
or perceived to be political.
I believe actually that might be the case, that they might not be, because it is Department of Justice policy not to do something before the election. I think
Right.
right after the election, they may actually.
Shit's gonna go down.
The election is so important. The election is so important. The election is so important.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, though. Pretty much almost everyone running for almost anything kind of sucks. But I mean, you know, you have your different flavors of suck.
Right.
Except for my local district's politician. He's pretty great, or hoping to be politician.
That's good.
Yep.
Good.
Oh
My-
wow!
my
It
rep-
says I'm looking, you know, as I do pathologically at bullshit on the internet. Apparently on Axios, they're saying Trump will announce on November 14th. So, fucking,
Sure.
here we go. Here we
You can see
fucking
that
go.
to quiet down some of the fucking lawsuits and stuff against him. They're going to
Well, the other thing too is
maybe
that
put on hold.
he wanted to announce already, but the party told him like, "Don't you fucking dare, because you'll make this election about you, and
Right.
that'll kill us."
No, well, yeah, that's what I was saying to Raven earlier. Like, that's a, midterms kind of hard to get people to show up because what the fuck are they coming out for without decent ballot initiatives if it's not against Trump? So, yeah, you could definitely see that as being an issue if he announced too soon, because it would turn out more just to maybe vote against Trump as a reason.
I don't know if I believe this, that the right is going to sweep this round of elections. I don't.
I don't think it's going to be not as a sweep per se. It's just going to be a bit of a bloodbath for the Democrats.
I don't.
When you have people like fucking Walker and Oz.
I think. Well, Oz is behind in the polls. Oz is
Yeah,
6 points.
he had a bit of a rebound after the Fetterman debate because that was so
No,
bad.
No, after the debate, as of right now, he's behind by 6 points. And then today he got an endorsement from Oprah Winfrey, which, I mean, if
Really?
we're sane, it shouldn't matter that he got an endorsement from Oprah Winfrey. But in the world that we live in,
That's
that's a
kind of nuts, dude.
Wait, Oprah Winfrey went for Oz?
no
I
for
mean,
Fetterman.
Oh, she went for Fetterman. Okay.
Oh wow,
So
That's that's huge then. Okay, I didn't know.
that's
I
a nice
assumed-
nice rebuke since she's kind of made Oz.
Yeah, it literally created him.
before the endorsement, Oz was behind by 6. So now Fetterman is going to get that extra bump from the Oprah effect.
Hmm.
So, yeah, Fetterman got the nod. So, I mean, I don't see Oz being a thing. I mean, it could be wrong. I mean, it happens. But
I'm reasonably confident that Democrats will hold on to the Senate. It's just a matter of how much do they gain or do they stay the same. But it's the House that's what I'm more worried about.
Well, yeah, I mean, Biden's going to be a lame duck president no matter what after this midterm, and they're going to have
don't know.
countless fucking
I don't-
symbolic
I don't know
impeachments.
about that. I don't know. I mean, the common wisdom, right? The prevailing wisdom, the historical evidence would say, yeah, that's typically what
Yes.
happens. The midterm election, the party that's in power loses.
Most of
It's not every other year, and we have Roe being overturned.
That's very helpful to the Democrats, no doubt. That's
the
fine.
number
it's like
across the country is through the roof.
Yeah.
And voter turnout so far, early voting is also matching or near matching a general presidential election.
That's
Right.
crazy.
and that favors the Democrats. The other thing too is that something Bo for the fifth column talked about is that when you look at polls, they do likely voters. The thing is that people who are recently registered, they don't count. They generally don't count them in the likely voters. They basically discount them to a great degree. They don't count them fully because people tend to be fickle. But when people are motivated for like that one issue, then they will tend to come out. So that's really good. It's really going to come down to is do the undecideds, do those people who the unlikely voter. If the unlikely voter comes out, the Democrats win. Because I mean, basically, the Republicans they don't really build their coalition. They don't really get new people. It's a matter of do their people usually come out.
And almost across the board so far for all of the votes, early voting that's already in, the number of women voting is outnumbering men, almost across the board.
Wow.
And that's got to tell you something.
Yeah.
That's Roe.
That's Roe. That's right.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like after the Supreme, well, actually, even when the Supreme Court's decision, like when they were still in the works and it leaked, Republicans were already in damage control, and then it's weird. So on the one hand, they put the policies out there that go in that direction, but then they want to somehow like pretend that they're not who they are because they don't want because they know it's going to hurt them. And I'm kind of like, if you're doing policies that people don't like, why are you doing it?
I think they like it. I think what they did was they're like, let's put this out there and test the water. Let's stick our toe in.
Right.
And people went fucking nuts. And they were like, hey, it's good. Let's fucking do it. Right? Yeah.
So
That was a stupid thing to do.
Yeah.
early in the show, I was talking about something that's happening locally here. I don't know if you guys are here yet. Tomorrow they're having a 6-hour music event locally to raise money for Planned Parenthood. And it's being pushed pretty heavily by two of the candidates for county commissioner. And, it's cis, trans, LGBT. It's, a rally is what they're calling it. But it's really a music event to raise money for Planned Parenthood. And the Proud Boys have decided they're crashing the concert. So now there's, threats of violence. Whoever the leader of the local Proud Boys group basically said to the commissioner candidates through the media, stop bringing kids to drag shows and we'll leave you alone. It's not a drag show, number one. Number two, people need to get over the whole drag thing because they apparently don't know what drag is.
Yeah.
Do you get upset over drag queens? You don't know what drag queens are.
Yeah.
It's just the talking point of the week, like the cat litters and cat litter boxes in schools.
On the national level, the Republican Party has basically decided what they should do is call drag queens trans strippers. And it's just like, okay, if that's the language you want to use and that's where you're going, then you obviously don't know what a drag queen is because they're not strippers and they're not trans.
Right. Well, the thing about it is that on the national Republicans know it, but the thing is, the guy like the idiots and the Proud Boys, they don't know, and basically they just believe whatever bullshit they're fed. It makes me think of remember the Muslimic ray gun dude.
Yeah,
that's who they are. They're basically the Proud Boys are the American EDL. What you look confused, Vegas.
Oh no, I'm just like kind of yes.
Yeah, do you remember that guy?
No, I don't remember that guy, but just everything that you're saying.
This was back in like 2012, 2010 time frame, and and apparently what he was saying was he's trying to say Islamic rape gangs, which was also not a thing.
What
the
fuck is his name? I know the guy.
This one guy. He says they want to follow our law. They want to replace our law, and he says
Tommy Robinson. Was it Tommy?
Yes.
Robinson?
Tommy Robinson was
Tommy
in charge.
Robinson.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now the guy that they were interviewing wasn't Tommy Robinson, but he was one of the rank and file.
Islamic.
He says, but it sounded like he was saying Muslimic ray guns. and people made great stock about that. Let me see if I can find it.
So we've got the Proud Boys are coming to town, and they are crashing this 6 hour. This 6 hour
Sounds like a band when you say it like that.
and you know, so I wasn't gonna go. I figured, you know, at first it was just like I was thinking, you know, it'd be cool for Peach and I and the kids to go. And then it was just like the Proud Boys are coming. It's just like, well, then I can't go with the kids.
Oh.
So it was either Peach or I could go, or we could take turns going or whatever, but we couldn't go as a family. But the Franklin Police Department said that they will be there, and they're basically ensuring that they got it under control. So maybe
Feel
we
safer with that then.
you know. But I mean, it's
Do you think like so? There's a disconnect between the right and the left in terms of perceived freedom, right? Like, do you? I believe that the right wing is becoming aware that they don't like it, like consciously, like on a conscious level, like your whole example of the drag thing queen. Like they're the same type of quote unquote libertarian as Gadsden flag toting kind of people, right?
Mm.
And it doesn't jibe with, you know, get rid of drag queens and we'll go away, you know. Like they have to at some point wake up and go, oh yeah, we kind of don't really like this freedom shit.
okay. So the messaging that they put out there, what they're saying is, if you support LGBT people existing at all, what you're doing is you're grooming children.
Right.
So they're not anti-freedom. They're protecting children. That's their viewpoint.
Right.
So they understand that what they're doing would be considered anti-freedom. But if you're protecting kids, that's okay.
Right.
They are the don't say gay people, because if you don't say gay, people won't know it exists, and there will be no gay people.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the well, we shouldn't have sex education because then that'll stop teen pregnancy.
Sure.
Which of course in the places where they have shitty sex education, like in the South, their teen pregnancy rates like way higher than anywhere else in the country.
Yeah, it's way higher than the national average. Absolutely. With absent only education.
Oh, so
I found the Islamic ray gun guy. Let me know if you hear this.
They're trying to put the Iraqi law down on London. They're just trying to put their law down on us. And we can't stand for that.
Which Iraqi law is this?
It's the Islamic law. They've got their law. Obviously, it's their law, isn't it? Like, there's no one. We can't do anything about that. But we're just trying to stop Islamic. You've got Islamic rape gangs nowadays. It's 15-year-olds getting raped and everything. It just can't happen. That's why all these people around us, that's why they're today.
we've been watching. Peach and I have been watching clips from America's Got Talent and Britain's Got Talent and all that stuff, right? A lot of the memorable stuff, right? The really those ones and all that kind of stuff. And there was on Britain's Got Talent, there was this one girl, really pretty, and she could sing. She was a pretty good singer, but her speaking voice was like, she was like Ozzy Osbourne, and it was just like, you know, they asked how old she was. Yeah, 19. You know, and it's just like, what? There are consonants in that word. I mean.
Well, that's one thing that's kind of funny about a lot of Brits, that when they sing, like there's something about when you sing, it elongates your speech, and that makes it more similar to the way Americans and Canadians speak.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so strange because there was a bunch of artists that I didn't know for years that they were British, because I always like the Moody Blues, for instance, right? They don't sound British when they sing, and then I heard them in an interview, like, oh shit, I didn't know they're British.
Really, Simon Cowell, right, is a Brit.
Right.
There was one guy whose accent was so heavy they had to send somebody out to translate from one Brit to another.
Couldn't understand, bruv.
It was he's just like, I have no idea what he's saying. He's like, I have no idea what he's saying.
Well, a lot of Brits have a hard time, like the very far north of England, like the Geordie accent, which I love and I can understand. I have Geordie cousins, and I don't have a problem understanding it. But like even there's other people within their own country, they're like, what the hell,
Yeah.
I remember in after junior year in high school, I went out to this college in Indiana for like a program. People who thought they wanted to be computer programmers, and there was this, like half the people there were from Indiana, and there was a bunch of people from other states, and people were teasing me because, like in New Jersey, we have the T to D conversion. The guy was like, say WATER, oh, water. There's no T in it, and they were teasing me about it. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I got an accent, but you understand, to me, you have an accent. And they're like, yeah, we get that. And then one guy's like, and he was from like the south of Indiana, and he's like, I don't have an accent. Don't tell me I have an accent. And one of his fellow Indianans, one of his fellow Hoosiers was like, boy, you got an accent.
So my ex, he grew up in Puerto Rico. And he learned English in Puerto Rico. And when he came here, he was just like, I was really confused because we were taught to say the T. And everybody here is saying water. What the fuck is water? And I know what water is, but what is water? It's just like, no. Welcome to the mainland. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Welcome to the gutter. We have been expecting you. Yeah, it's one thing though. One accent I really can't stand though is I generally don't like the Great Lake accents, and especially when I lived in Buffalo for a year. And oh my god, I hated listening to those fucking people. And then they were trying to tell me like, oh yeah, our accent, that's like what they use, what the people on the news station, because like Chuck Scarborough was from Buffalo, and some of these, I'm like, Chuck Scarborough does not sound like you guys. Sorry, but he does not.
Those aren't the ones that sound like, like Mrs. Poole, right?
So I am learning that I have a child, I think, that broke a toe, so I have to depart. Sorry.
Oh, geez.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Hopefully
I just
that
got a
doesn't hurt
text
too
message.
badly.
So should I get it for? He says he can't walk. He's got. Well, what is he saying? Should I bring him to urgent care or should I take him to the ER? He says, Dad, I was being an idiot doing handstands and badly hurt my toe because I landed on it super hard. Now I can't move it. Like I can't walk. Do you think of me? You could bring me somewhere.
It sounds expensive.
I don't know. Bring him to the ER.
ER?
Yeah, somewhere
I'd
that
like
has
to
like
avoid it
X-ray.
because it's like a
I would try urgent care because the ER is going to be super expensive.
like $250, right?
And you're going to sit in the waiting room for like hours and hours and hours.
Yeah,
Just in somewhere that has like an access to X-ray though, because that's
They have
the
those
toe.
there.
You can't necessarily feel anything broken with the ligaments and
I
everything.
really
So
change the names of those places. I'm sorry, because if you're going to sit for hours in the emergency room, it's not much of an emergency.
no, it's a bit of an oxymoron.
Emergency, and so urgent care should really be emergency care.
Yeah, if you go in the emergency room, unless you're claiming you can't breathe or you have chest pains, you're going to wait a long time.
Yeah, it's definitely triaged for that.
In fact, one time I had to
Can't
go to
take off.
My Vegas.
one time I had to go to the hospital and because my blood pressure was spiking, and I got in the ambulance came, and the EMT was like, do you have chest pains? And I said no, and they said, do you have chest pains? Said, no. He's like, if you don't have chest pains, you're going to be waiting for a very long time, and your blood pressure is very high and very dangerous. Do you have chest pains? Yes, I have chest
I
pains.
think I might, yeah.
Now
Not you
Now that you
mention it.
mention it, yeah, my chest feels a little tight, yeah.
Oh God, what time is it?
Yeah, that all sounds very expensive nonetheless.
Yeah.
I would not want to have to deal with that being down there.
Well, put it this way, a few years ago, I ended up. It's a long time ago now, about 10 years ago. But I ended up in the hospital. Well, longer than that now. I think about it. I ended up in the hospital because I had cellulitis in one leg, and I was in the hospital for like 2.5 days. My wife ended up in the hospital like a couple months later for about the same amount of time. Before the insurance kicked in, the bills for each of us were over $25,000. So between the two of us,
That's
over
insane.
like $51,000. And if we didn't have, I mean, thankfully we had insurance, and then we still ended up having to pay out like $2,500 out of pocket between the two visits.
That's still a chunk of change.
Yeah,
Especially for average Joe working full time, wife works full time. It's a lot of fucking money out of pocket.
well, yeah.
Not
And
to
then-
mention like the insurance.
Well, that's the
Like,
thing. And at the time, I mean, we were just digging ourselves. We just kind of dug ourselves out of a financial hole. We were just barely out of the hole. And if we didn't have insurance, that would have wrecked us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even when I was working full time on ship, making like just shy of 150 a year, I mean, income taxes were 40%. I got a great big chunk of that back at the end of the year.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, we love to brag how we're the richest country in the world, yet we don't provide a service that even fucking Cuba provides to its citizens.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the thing is, and right, you really, a lot of it comes down to that right wing mentality of like, oh, well, I don't want to pay for other people. I'm like, yeah, but other people might be paying for you. That's how insurance, in fact, that's how even private insurance works, right? I mean, you pay money in, and
That's
know,
how insurance works.
and the thing is, what gets me is it's almost like I remember fucking Eagle Eye, the fucking pederast, which I can say that because he's a convicted pederast. Fuck you, Eagle Eye. But I remember years ago, before I knew he was, raping children, he was complaining about how he had paid into his health insurance, and he had put more in than he had taken out, and how unfair this was, and all this kind of shit. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I guess today, but tomorrow. So he basically wangled it so he could drop his health insurance, and then like a year later, he had some serious, his family had some serious medical bills, and then he was out there begging for money, and I'm like, well, see, dipshit, if you had kept your insurance, you wouldn't need to be begging for money.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, oh, somebody else might get help instead of me. I'm like, well, the way I look at it is this: if you get sick and you have to use the insurance, you win, from financially speaking. If you don't get sick, you fucking win because you didn't get sick, but at least you had that backup just in case.
Just in case. There's right now, and people are fucking weird the way they think. So like right now, there's a whole thing for Thanksgiving going on with the local grocery store. Spend $300 to get a free turkey, and all these people are on their Facebook page are commenting, if you have to spend $300, it's not free.
Oh, fuck me.
Getting the $300 worth of groceries also.
Right.
Like, it's not like you're buying groceries and then they take your groceries back and give you a turkey.
Right.
Well,
and especially
$300 on a turkey.
And how does anybody avoid spending $300 on groceries? Right? So it's like something you were going to do anyway, and they're basically rewarding you for being a good customer.
Right. Yeah. And it's just I mean, it wasn't like one or two people. I mean, it's just there's this huge thread, and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? I don't understand this concept where you're getting something for being a loyal customer, and that's bad.
Right. And basically, yeah, it wouldn't make sense to buy extra groceries just to get the turkey. But here's the thing about groceries, especially if you buy like non-food, like toilet paper and cleaning supplies and shit that you're going to need anyway, that shit doesn't go bad.
Right. Yeah.
Soda doesn't go bad. And then there's things like, canned food will last a very long time. And
you don't have to spend $200 in one visit.
Right.
It's just like,
it's usually over the course of like 2 months.
I was like, seriously, you people in a month are not going to spend $300 in a complete month for groceries? Really?
Yeah, crazy. I just did an order with ShopRite, a few days ago, and of course we couldn't go out shopping, and that was like $230. So I literally have to spend like $70 more bucks.
Yeah.
In the next 3 weeks. I'm pretty sure we'll spend that much.
Yeah. I'm probably going to earn my free turkey tomorrow. So, at least by the end of the weekend. And it's just, I just was really shocked. I'm just, what the fuck is wrong with people?
People are idiots. And this is, I've always had kind of I'm kind of weird, you know that, but
Yeah.
On the one hand, I care a lot about like humanity. On the other hand, I have contempt for humanity.
Well, I mean, it's this whole thing where it's just like we're all doomed, and you can see it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I kind of understand where George Carlin got, because I mean, there was a point like when he was when he hit like, I think I want to say right around the time he was like right around our age, or like right my age, maybe a little bit older. It was in the mid 90s. And he reached a point where he kind of gave up on humanity, because he had always been kind of a hopeful person. And he just was like, yeah, humanity is just fucking, doomed because people suck. And, so he just gave up. Now, I'm not at that point yet, but I'm getting there. And it's like, because right now I'm looking at like, okay, we're literally on the eaves of potential autocracy here in this country.
yeah.
And people still don't fucking want to see it. They don't want to know it. They're doing the both sides ism bullshit. Well, one side's kind of a little ineffective, and the other side's, authoritarian. But it's like, both sides. It's like, oh my god, you fucking people. And I reach to the point where I'm like, you know what? There's a part of me that's kind of like, well, we have enough means. I don't expect to live like a million years. We have enough means to kind of see us through. I'm in a liberal state where it's not going to get too bad. I don't have a uterus. I'm not in. I'm only in one of the many, groups that are going to be shit canned, and at least I'm in a state where that's not going to matter as much. You know what? I'll be okay. It might suck around me, but I'll be okay. And but I hate that fucking mentality. I fucking hate it, because that's why we're in this fucking problem in the first place. And that's why I get angry at young people who are cynical. Jesus fucking Christ, you just got here. I just turned 54. I got a lot of fucking reason to be cynical about shit. If you're in your 20s and you're cynical, you're fucked up. You should be hopeful, and you should be dreaming. And if you're not doing that, then you're lost. You might as well just fucking pitch yourself off the nearest building, because your life's over already. Because it's not going to get fucking better. Not with the attitude anyway. Not if you give up and walk away from it. Not if you don't pick up fucking, if you don't like what's going on, get involved and make it different.
So far, speaking of the young people, of the votes cast so far in the early voting, the percentage of young people voting is very, very low. And I mean, it's mail-in. I can understand young people not mail-in voting.
What's the mail? How do you mail things? Mail things.
Yeah, I mean, I think most young people are going to be more the type to show up at the polls. So I mean, I don't want to rag on them yet, but they were talking about it on the news this morning, and it's just like, of course it's it's low.
I'll rag on them preemptively and basically say, please prove me wrong. I'll be thrilled to eat humble pie. I will get online and I will be like, I'm a big dumb fucking idiot and I misjudged the young people. I would be fucking thrilled if I get to do that. I'll be happy to humiliate myself. Please.
I mean, and I could be wrong. I just think it's it makes more sense in my mind. It makes more sense that young people are more likely to go stand in line at the polls and vote rather than fill out a piece of paper and mail it.
I mean, they're not really big on the mail. They don't even do email.
Right. I don't even really do email. I get it, but for those of you watching, because we are on 2 channels right now. So there's, 2 people there, and there's, okay, so there's like 4 of you.
3.
So, there's the few that are watching. If any of you falls under the category of being trans in any way, shape, or form, there is the trans survey, the 2022 trans survey. I recommend you take it. It takes about an hour. It's really tedious.
It's a long survey.
It's a trans survey, and it's from the government, basically, and it's the first large-scale, all-out survey of trans people in this country, and it is a lot of personal questions, and you don't have to give a whole lot of personal identifying information.
Right.
It's
Is it
pretty
completely anonymous?
it's anonymous. It's pretty secure.
Okay.
They ask things like, the first letter of your first name and the last letter of your last name, kind of thing.
Not social security number or anything.
Nothing identifying, nothing.
Interesting.
But I mean, if you're trans, if you fall on, in the trans spectrum at all, do it, because the information gathered from that could be used to help with trans rights and all that kind of stuff. They need numbers, they need information in order to work on that kind of stuff. So do it. So speaking of trans, before I started broadcasting, earlier in the day, I was watching. I don't know why I do this myself, but actually watching it, a Blair White video. And again, I don't know why I do this to myself, but I do. I torture myself with this shit. But I was watching a Blair White video. It was a fairly recent one where she had on a trans man who she said was a detransitioner. This is somebody who had gotten a lot of notoriety on Twitter lately because he had a lot to say about how unhappy he is with his transition. Trans man. And so what it comes down to is Blair White kind of built up the video and her guest, which was Casey Miller, saying that this person is a detransitioner, is unhappy with their transition, and that they were in the pediatric transition pipeline and that they transitioned as a child. So she interviews this person, and this is the premise that they're working on. These are the info that they're working on. So during the interview, I find out through the words of these people themselves, that Casey got top surgery 6 months after starting hormones, which admittedly is very fast after starting hormones that they'll do any kind of surgery. But 6 months after starting hormones, they got their top surgery, and they got their top surgery when they were 17, which completely contradicts the entire premise of this is a detransitioner that transitioned, at 15 years old as a child and blah, 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 when it was actually at 17 years old.
Right. So basically they lied and misrepresented the facts.
It's totally misrepresented because you know what? I don't care. There's a big difference between a 14 and 15-year-old and a 17, 18-year-old.
Hell yeah.
There's a big difference there. It was just like that kind of dishonest and the misrepresentation of facts and stuff just annoys the shit out of me. And then it turns out that Casey isn't really a detransitioner. He's just really unhappy with his transition for things that have nothing to do with being, kind of forced into transition. That's kind of the way it was presented, that he was forced. That he was
propaganda 101.
Yeah,
it's just total propaganda. What ends up happening is he has a receding hairline, male pattern baldness, and it's very distressing. And it's distressing to all men who have that. I mean, it's a very common for men to be upset about. If you are female to male transitioner, before you start your hormones, it might be a good idea to take a look at the men in your family on both sides of your parents. Look at your grandparents and your uncles and your parents and take a look. And if you've got men that are going through male pattern baldness and you've got bald men in your family, there's a more than decent chance that when you start hormones you will lose your hair.
Wow. So there's something related to the hormones that triggers the gene. So that means that when women have the gene too, they just don't have the hormones that would trigger it.
That would trigger it.
Oh wow.
So I mean, it's just like, there's a lot of trans women that complain that they don't have a lot of breast growth after starting hormones, and it's like what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And I've done pretty good. I've done pretty well in that category, and it's all about genetics. The women in my family are large busted, so. While both men and women have breasts, it's the hormone that triggers the gene that decides how
pronounced they will be.
So if I were young when I started transition, I would be actually even larger. Because of my age, there's a lot of, there's limits put on that, your age,
Right.
Anyway, so the other way around works the same way. If the men in your family are prone to have a receding hairline and you're transitioning female to male, you're going to lose your hair. Obviously, it's not 100%. It's not 100% for anybody, but I mean, there's the odds.
The odds are there, yeah.
And I understand being upset. I understand. I get it. I get it. It's not what you were bargaining for, I mean, I am now about 70 pounds heavier than I was before I started transitioning. The women in my family are large.
Mhm.
It's it's a fight I did not think I would have to have. Now I am fighting against my own body. I did not think that was something I was going to do. I don't regret transitioning because of it. It's just the way the genetics work.
Right.
So it is what it is. Well, I mean, Casey is upset, and Casey has regrets about transition, and Casey doesn't know what he's going to do and how to handle it and all this other stuff. And he had said things that a lot of people took exception to, because to them seemed him saying, because I was so young, which admittedly, yes, 17 is young. That he feels as though he made the wrong decision, and blah, blah, blah. And people are perceiving that as him saying that no one that young should be able to transition.
Right.
Well, but this is the problem with the right wing in general. They'll pick and choose. They'll find that one person. This is just like same thing. They'll look for the one black person who will agree with their bullshit, and then like, oh, see, I'm not a racist because one dude out of the entire multitude of black people agreed with me. So therefore,
yeah, and that's what they do, and that's what Blair is doing too. And I mean, I watched the video, and I felt for Casey. I'm like, dude, you got a raw deal, and maybe you were young to do this, and blah 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 blah, but you weren't like 15,
right?
You were 17, and it may not be a huge difference chronologically, but you're 17. I mean.
Your body's much further along than
17. States, that is the age of consent. You're above the age of consent in a lot of states. So it isn't like, you were plucked out of school and somebody was forcing, hormones down your throat. You made a decision about your identity, about your sex life, about your orientation, all that stuff. You made that decision at an age where the state that most people live in this country feel is old enough to make those decisions.
Right.
So that's a far cry from, oh, look what we're doing to our children. And I mean, I am one of those people. I don't think we should be doing surgeries on kids. I don't think we should be pumping hormones into kids. And I think that all that stuff should all be done on a case-by-case basis. People are like, well, what would you think if a cis girl wanted to get breast implants because like her mom said it was okay? No. Oh, for me, it's a trans issue. It's we shouldn't be like carving up children's body.
At what age though? Like, what do you consider child? Because I certainly can see children or teens wanting to stop puberty.
Well, I mean, 19 years old is a teen, right?
Right.
Well, the thing is, puberty blockers are different though because they don't permanently alter your body.
Okay, so Blair opens that particular video with a doctor who looks right into the camera and says, puberty blockers can cause infertility, permanent infertility. And Blair then repeats it, but says it differently. Blair says, see that? This is why kids shouldn't transition because puberty blockers cause infertility.
Right.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said. She said can. Big difference.
Right.
That word, that 3-letter word is doing a lot of lifting.
Qualifiers are everything.
Yeah, and it's just like, yeah, puberty blockers could cause infertility. Yeah,
and the other medication can too. It's interesting though how these anti-trans activists were perfectly fine with puberty blockers for the last 40 some odd years when gymnasts were taking them. They never had a problem with that.
Yep.
So I mean, my whole thing is, I understand people like to have clear-cut lines. People like to have perfect categories. And I think when you're talking about individuals, that just doesn't work. And I think every single young person who's going to a doctor for gender dysphoria should all be taken on a case-by-case basis. And if their dysphoria is so severe that they may end up taking their life, then those are the kids that you want to give puberty blockers to because you're saving their lives. I never had dysphoria to the point where I wanted to die or I was going to kill myself. I would not have been an ideal candidate for that. It's like I can deal, and then when I get to an age where I can legally make those decisions, then do it then. But not all kids are like that. And that's why I think it has to be a case-by-case basis. And I think people like Blair, who just dismiss everything and just says, this is clear-cut, black and white, it has to be this. And that's just not, people don't work that way. Individuals don't work that way. It just doesn't work, and, putting somebody on your platform and twisting the words and presenting it in a way that sounds worse than it is only does more damage than it does good. So
yeah, well, that's what they're trying to do, right? They want to do damage.
Yeah, and that's what that drives me crazy. It's just like Buck Angel and Blair. It's just, you are trans people. Why are you crusading against trans people?
Because they get much store out of being tokens. Because the right wing loves a token. I've talked about this before about Stacey Dash, when Stacey Dash was saying we shouldn't have Black History Month, blah 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 blah, and then CNN had her out there, and she was making money, and then eventually they realized they didn't need her, and then they dropped her because they had what's her name,
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens. They need Stacey Dash's last year's model. They got the new model, so. They dropped her. And this is the thing. So this is what Buck and the other person doesn't realize, that they don't like you. You're part of their narrative. You're useful to them.
Yep. It's insane. It is just so crazy. And like I said, this trans guy that she had on, you're talking about his pain and the issues. I get it. I get it. I feel, and perhaps, the systems and everything else that are in place, perhaps they did you wrong, but you weren't like a kid. You weren't a child. Maybe you weren't of legal age yet, but it's not like you were,
it wasn't like they were kidnapped and held down and it was forced on them.
Yeah.
Here's what gets me. It's like, okay, if some people go skiing, right? They love to go skiing. And then when they go ski, then there are people that have been turned into paraplegics, even quadriplegics as an injury. We don't ban people from going skiing because skiing can be dangerous.
Well, that's the thing. Like Casey Miller, he was like, I am not saying that, that trans, all these things. I'm not saying we should do anything with them. I'm not saying they should be banned. I'm not saying they should be stopped. I'm just saying that my experience is this.
Right. And that's
but
fair.
The problem is it's the people that he's talking to
Right.
are saying that these things should be stopped. And it's just like, you might not be saying it directly, but your words are going through a megaphone.
Right. What they're hearing, because what they want to hear, what they want to hear.
Right. So, I mean, and it just drives me up the fucking wall. I mean, I know I complain about Blair all the time. Peach is like, make a video. I'm like, I don't want to be, that trans person. I don't want to be, also dealing with her, insane crazy fans.
Yeah.
I don't want that. Because she does point her fans at people.
Yeah.
She singled out Natalie ContraPoints in that
Really?
video. Yeah, she put up a tweet from Natalie, and she's just like, she spent a couple minutes talking about it. It's just like, well, what you're doing here is you're pointing your fans. You're using your fans as weapons. I mean, we've been in the game long enough to have seen that a million times. That's what you do. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Um,
There was an episode of The Orville season 2 that was basically about that, a society that was everything was kind of based on their social media.
Yeah.
and it wasn't any better for them than it has been for us either. The thing that's weird about it is like it's allowed people who would otherwise be nobodies to wield an incredible amount of social power. It's the funniest. Here's even funnier though. As much as that's true, the Twitterverse and social mediaverse is like actually a small fraction of the overall population.
Yeah. Well, like Blair White does wield a considerable amount of power as a trans woman on social media.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And it's like, why? Because she parrots right-wing talking points and she's pretty.
This is why I don't do a lot on social media. I never really have. I never got into Twitter or Instagram or most of that shit. I have my friends on Facebook, and that's all I want because I'm not there. I'm not, I like in YouTube, sure, but still, YouTube was for different purposes for me anyway. Back when we had a community, which was used to be really cool.
Oh wow, I missed something in the other chat. Oh, Cernian. Did Cernian really leave? I'm too drunk for this. Bye.
I didn't catch that. I'm fucking around on some settings here.
What about gynecomastia? Well, basically, although my breasts were grown on purpose through the use of hormones, it's still considered gynecomastia. So yeah. So for those of you who didn't know, there's multiple chats here because we're broadcasting on 2 different channels because I am cool like that.
Cool.
I'm cool like that.
So why is Michael in the comments and not in here with us?
I did not send him a link, but I can.
I mean, I'm not staying on for much longer, but
yeah. So
I am still recovering from COVID and all that.
Well, I can does that. I have a hard time finding him. I have a hard time finding you sometimes too on Facebook. I'm like, where the hell is Joe?
I'm right here.
Dude, where are you? Ah, there you are. All right.
Yeah, I actually I wasn't noticing our chat. So yeah, Clock and Janet Pirate.
The Killer Clock makes the best chili.
The best chili? I don't know about that, Clock, because I make pretty amazing chili myself. We'll have to have a cook-off sometime. You know the best thing about cook-offs? I don't think there's any losers in cook-offs because, and for me, because like everyone's making good food and you get to eat good food, and like, how do you lose? Even if somebody likes somebody else's stuff slightly better than yours, still win. But the best was I don't know if I told you guys about my sweet potato pie. When my mom was before my mom died, when she was in the facility, every year, except for during COVID, but every year they would do this Thanksgiving thing. We would go in, and we would, you'd have the families there and everything. So I brought my sweet potato pie one year, and the woman who ran the kitchen, she was all put out because she had made sweet potato pie, and she was like, "Well, why are you bringing sweet potato pie? I got sweet potato pie here." And so we were like, "Oh, would you like a piece?" And so we gave her this piece, and she ate it, and then like her face got like kind of crestfallen, and then she just got quiet, and she walked away with the pie, by the way. It's because mine was better than hers, and she knew it.
Michael, how are you?
Oh, tired. Very tired.
Oh. Right.
I found a bath mat that I like.
Okay.
Yay, Mike.
I also, for the first time in my life, now have a stand that both holds the toilet brush and the plunger at the same time.
Ooh.
I got one. That's
So,
good.
Mike, seriously, if you're still in need of spices, send me your address, and I got a stupid amount of herbs and spices. Believe me.
Yeah, Joe is the spice guy.
You need to do the bidet now.
Tell him what you really, really want.
I'll tell them what I want, what I really want.
I do highly recommend the bidets. A very, very good device invention.
Yeah, and now he spends way too much time in the restroom.
I do, but man, is it ever clean? Holy shit. Tastes getting used to because it is.
What do you mean, holy shit? Do you load that bidet with like holy water?
I really do love my bidet. Like I have way.
Which podcast am I on again?
Goddamn podcast. And is it Raven J?
Yeah, this is not the podcast where we go blessing our bidets.
No, but I do have an Amazon affiliate link for it still. For a couple
Okay.
of them.
There you go.
But
So is there anybody in the goddamn podcast watching? Right, it's Brittany and left, right? There are
two still, so I'm assuming that's me and you.
Oh, so there's nobody there. Oh, now there's only one. Oh, it's back up to 2 again.
Mike scared everybody away.
I don't know what they're afraid of.
We are against this big
I
hitter.
wasn't going to bust out with praying.
See if the storm chasers are still happening there in Texas.
So
Mike,
I was on the goddamn podcast last week. I guess it was last week, and somebody shows up in the chat that I had not seen in quite a while. And I took everything I had not to like totally rip on this asshole.
It wasn't Steven, was it?
No, it was the Jersey Rhino. You know who I'm talking about, right, Joe?
is it the same?
It's Joe.
Oh yeah, fucking asshole.
yeah, the skeptic fence.
Loser life.
Yeah, loser life.
He's skeptic fence.
Yeah.
Oh God. It's funny. Mowdy has this whole spiel about him, which is hilarious, and like how somebody. I keep making Chris tell me the joke because I love it, but it's basically like, some people think you could, put a fence around skepticism, like a skeptic fence.
I don't understand what this skeptic fence. I never understood what the fuck that was supposed to mean.
And the thing is, like, anyone who has skeptic in their name, at least anyone I've seen on YouTube that has skeptic in their name, is like incredibly unskeptical about a whole bunch of shit. It's hilarious.
I was in New York City with Healthy Addict, Peach, and Jasper Ivy a number of years ago. We met for dinner and we did something else. I don't remember what it was. We were walking around the city. We had a good time that night. Had a couple drinks and we were all walking around and we were laughing about the skeptic being a name of things.
Yeah.
We're having a skeptic meetup right here in New York City. Here we are. It's our own little private skeptic meetup. Hey, why don't we call a cab? But is it a cab?
Is it really a cab? Oh god.
Yeah,
because it's because my thing is like if you're not skeptical about the shit you believe, you're failing in skepticism.
Yeah.
Also, there's a lot of people who confuse skepticism and cynicism. They also confuse being dubious about something and being skeptical.
Right.
Because I've seen especially in ads, I see this all the time. Like, I was skeptical, but then I changed my mind. Like, that doesn't mean you're not skeptical. If you had evidence to make you change your mind, then you haven't lost your skepticism. You're
I'm going to start a new channel. I'm going to call it Dubious Doubter. Yeah, or Double D's.
Or Debbie Doubter.
That was pretty good. Dubious Doubter. And I'll just make videos and I'll go, here's a funny clip. Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's funny because I mean, way back. I remember way back in the day, again before the community fell apart, mostly because of shitheels, who put the word skeptic in their name. There was, I guess what it was is people were using skepticism well when it came to religion,
right?
And that's great, but if it doesn't apply everywhere else,
well, I mean that's like atheism plus. When that kind of popped up, as good intentioned as it was, and as poorly executed as it was, it really did just highlight the divisions that were there all along that a lot of us were just ignoring.
Right.
I think we were aware of them. It was just we were just overlooking them. And sometimes, when words are said, now they're out there. You know what I mean? They're there and they just don't disappear. And I think when a lot of people started saying things that some of us didn't expect, it was just like, oh, I liked you until right now this minute.
Yeah. Well, I remember the moment when, like, do you remember there was a period way back? I remember where if Pat Condell put out a new video, it was like, hey, everybody, you contact everybody. Hey, Pat Condell's got a new video, and it was this great video. And then he started going down to like, and then he went after Islam, and in kind of like a broad way. Like, that's cool,
right?
And then he started getting like weird about it, and I was
it was like a laser focus.
Yeah,
like, dude, you need to chill.
And he was going like way overboard with the shit. Well, my favorite was when he had this big rant about halal meat and how it was cultural Marxism and it was cultural overthrow. And I'm like, it's fucking meat, dude. And no, it's not. It's actually capitalism, because basically businesses were like, well, we could stock halal meat for our halal customers, and we can have other non-halal meat for everybody else. But it's just fucking easier just to have one, meat.
Looks like Cracker Barrel. They offered the
vegan sausage, yeah.
Vegan sausage, and people lost their fucking minds. It's like, they're not making you eat it, dumbass. You're offering it.
Right. Right, yeah. The fact, so that which goes to belie their whole thing about how for them it's all about personal freedom and choice, right? Because if it was all about personal freedom and choice, you would welcome it, even if it's a choice you wouldn't make yourself. Like, I'm not going to eat vegan sausage. I have no interest in it whatsoever. However, I'm glad that I'm perfectly happy that it exists, because my attitude is, in the unlikely event that I'm going to go to Cracker Barrel, if I happen to be with some people that prefer vegan, hey, we can both go. There's something for them to eat.
As a skeptic, I want to know, how do we know that they haven't already been swapping out our sausage? Just as like a crowd sample, like to see if the vegan sausage can pass.
Well,
How
it
do we
kind of
know?
takes it back to the Taco Bell meat being not actual meat.
The meat content in the sausage over years has been dropping, and the vegetable content has been going up. And they
Well, I'll
never
tell you what. If they fooled me and I didn't notice, okay, that's cool.
did
I
notice.
probably would notice, but you know, if I didn't, hey, good on them.
The pork content was reduced and the rat content was increased.
Well, yeah.
I'll be right back with something to offend Joe.
Soul and green content has increased. That some of that Beyond Meat stuff is pretty legit though.
I'm
It tastes
sorry,
good.
I'm sorry, some fat guy. I was just saying that Michael went to get something to offend Joe, and I'm like, well, that could be a lot of things.
I have a low tolerance for.
Oh, he's got a box. Could be a lot of things.
Oh, it's many things.
First, we've got this generic lager.
Non-alcoholic.
I'm not bothered. I won't drink it, but I'm not bothered by it.
So why is it offensive?
It's a non-alcoholic Mexican lager,
Okay.
and we're going to try to get Joe to drink it when he comes.
Good luck with that.
We're just gonna like swap out whatever drink he's got for some non-alcoholic
You know,
beverage.
I will definitely notice because I don't like lagers that much. I'm more of an ale person, so I will notice that it's a lager and not an ale fairly quickly.
So I got a blonde ale here. It's called Sober Carpenter.
Uh-huh.
Non-alcoholic.
Hey, if it tastes good, I'll drink it. I don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've come to the conclusion that I really don't give a fuck too much anymore about how authentic something is, unless if I like it. Like if I like it, cool. Because there's a lot of things that are authentic that I actually find repulsive. So it's like, is it
We got
taste?
this to swap out Raven's drink. It's Clever and Tonic. It's a non-alcoholic cocktail. It's kind of like a White Claw without the whatever bite White Claw does have.
I've never had White Claw. I have no
Really?
idea. Yeah. From what I understand, it's worse than it's like, I don't want to say worse, weaker than a wine cooler.
So
Which-
this
Why bother at that point?
this one, it has to offend Joe. Like it just has to.
I think the name is funny. So that is hilarious, actually. That's creative. I give them high marks for creativity. See, there's the thing. See, I like plays on words, and that's a play on words, so I'm gonna like that actually.
Sober Carpenter. That was interesting name.
I mean, think about it, Mike. Serious Mind is actually like a triple thing, because it's serious and mind and mind and mind and mind. So, it's I'm all about plays on words and clever, catchy titles. But I hate marketing. I hate salespeople.
Yeah, marketing is actually the evil opposite of my job. They try to get you to consume more, and I try to get you to consume less. It's opposite magic.
Well, that's one thing I will say. As much as it sucked having it has sucked having COVID, because to my knowledge I still have it, but it has cut down on my consumption dramatically. Although you missed it earlier, Mike. I had you may have been watching. I don't know. I downed half a dozen White Castles.
Yeah, he woofed some White Castles.
Because I've had really no appetite. I've been eating soup all week, soup and occasionally
Oh,
salad.
that gets old fast.
Well,
Here, I'm gonna go make soup.
when COVID knocks out your taste buds, that's exactly the time you want to have White Castle.
White Castles are fantastic. White Castles are better when you buy them from the restaurant. The ones you get at the grocery store, they're okay.
Yeah,
It's not the same.
without the pickle and the grease, it's just not as good.
Yeah, you have to get them from the restaurant. It's
Yeah, and the other thing, you have to have the freshly caramelized onions that they've been cooking on top of.
I could swap out the meat in a White Castle burger with Purina cat food and then put it in front of that fat guy over there, and it would pass.
What is he not?
Couldn't tell the
Which fat
difference.
guy you're talking about?
The one with the fat guy in his name.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't have
Point.
White Castle or even Crystals up here. We don't have anything that greasy and disgusting. It's probably some fucking Canadian law or something.
Some random Canadian fat guy.
What's he even better though than White Castle? If you ever get down, over this way, Mike, there's a place called Mana Burgers. It's in I'm not sure if it's Jersey City or Union City, but it's in that general direction. It's a Steiner. It's open 24 hours. They have burgers that taste and smell just like White Castles, but they're like almost normal size.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
First time I had those, like guys, we had a fraternity party, and some of the guys from my fraternity went out and got some, and I was all drunk, and they brought it back, and I'm like, these are magical.
Five Guys. I've only been to Five Guys once, and oh my god, I loved it. The Five Guys burger is fantastic. The best part though was the fries. Like they give you, it's like death by fries.
Yeah.
When you go to any fast food, whatever, you order fries, and they give you the cardboard thing, and they take the scooper and they fill up the cardboard thing with the fries, and there you go. Well, at Five Guys, they take the cardboard thing, they take the scooper, and they fill the fries. They put that fry cardboard thing in the bag. Then they take the scooper again and start dumping the fries right into the bag on top of it.
Right.
Just like
right.
that.
So, yeah, exactly. So if you order if you get the small fry, you're going to get a large fry. If you get a large fry, you're going to die from fries.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. Like, they don't fuck around.
I don't know if your Five Guys has the same decor as our Five Guys, because
We all do.
Texas Roadhouse, they always have peanuts in the front.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
when you walk into your table, you're crunching peanuts underneath your feet, the peanut shells.
Okay.
So our Five Guys has sacks of potatoes that they're making these fries out of.
Yeah.
Just all around the front.
Yep.
Like that is the decor, is potato sack.
And also they actually have they usually have a bin of potatoes, and you can get a little paper
Yeah.
clip and grab some peanuts. I mean,
Yeah.
Do you get to choose your own potato like Red Lobster, where you get to choose your own lobster that dies?
no, but they have a bin of peanuts though. You can
Killer
get
Croc said, right? He always orders a double burger with large fry, and you end up getting 4 meals worth of food. It's like, yeah, that's five. That's their thing. That's Five Guys. That's their thing. I mean, potatoes. You can grow potatoes like anywhere. And
yeah, they're a good cold weather crop.
yeah, you can grow potatoes like anywhere in almost any kind of soil. So like making French fries, it costs pennies. I mean, it costs nothing. So they can afford to do that, and they make a name for themselves doing it. So it makes sense.
Right.
It's good business sense. And yeah, when you're there waiting in line and you've been there for a half an hour because there's always a line at Five Guys, and you finally get your food and you're watching them put it together and they're dumping the fries in, yeah, you're like, yes.
Give me more. Yeah, New Jersey's a big potato growing state.
Yeah. People don't know that.
How do the potato roots make it through the aluminum cans?
What? Say that again.
The rest of the world believes New Jersey is a landfill.
Yeah.
Now, if you're looking for things to offend me, now you're heading down that route now.
We were talking earlier about the wildlife in my neck of the woods here in New Jersey, and some fat guy was like shocked. I didn't realize that you had woods. I was like, oh yeah, we have, yeah.
Nothing.
The western corner, top western corner of the state is forest.
And so there's the Pine Barrens too.
Yeah, it's actually, and it is, yeah. There's the Pine Barrens too, but up here, there's actually forest. I mean, it's protected land. It's the oh my god, what is the name of the fucking forest here?
What's the name of the forest? I don't remember, but I know it's part of the Delaware Water Gap watershed.
Delaware Water Gap, which is a federally protected area. That's all forest. Then there's Stokes State Forest, and there's High Point State Forest.
Yep.
I mean, it's forest. It's real forest. And you have Big Cat up here. But yeah,
And
yeah.
bears.
But some fact and lots of bear. And so in fact, I was just surprised by that because the image is New Jersey is a wall-to-wall city.
Yeah,
And
It's not.
there is
Well-
a band of cities that goes from New York to Philadelphia. It's city, 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 one right after the next. That's not the whole state.
The image is the reason why there are any forests in New Jersey is because you can't build where the Mothman will kill you.
The New Jersey Devil.
Yeah, Mothman, that's West Virginia.
Yeah, the New Jersey Devil. Which is that's the Pine Barrens, though.
Yeah, it's Pine Barrens. Yeah. The well, it's funny because years ago I worked with this woman who she was from like Texas originally, and so she was actually not too far from where I live now. And she's like, I don't understand why it's called the Garden State. I'm like, drive 15 miles north, west, or south, and you'll hit farms, and you'll see why. Just anywhere except east, where you're gonna hit New York City, you'll see farms.
North and south, there's
Well, the town I grew up in, I mean, basically, I look back at it now and I realize it was basically a mixture of suburban and rural. I mean, there was a whole big section, like one friend of mine, I used to, well, former friend now, but where he lived, it was all farmland. And actually, even in the apartment complexes that I lived in, that land had all been farms up until like the mid 60s.
The town that I live in now, when I was a kid, it was a lot of farms. Up until 1985, there were more cows in this town than there were people. In 1985, and I remember, traffic being stopped because of cows. I remember traffic being stopped for turkeys. That still happens. There's a lot of turkey.
There's lots of there's lots of wild turkey in New Jersey too.
My skeptic sense is tingling. I'm sensing that there are cows that are voting Republican.
Unfortunately. But
and they've been dead for a long time. How are they still sending the ballots to the dead cow's house?
I remember going to school in the school bus and the bus having to wait for the cows, and they'd be walking across the road, the whole like herd of cows, and the farmer's walking alongside them, and he waves, and all the kids are waving out the windows, and I remember the dairy farms where the barn was like an old 1700 barn, and it was right along the side of the road, and there's all these square windows. Cows stick their head out the windows watching all the cars go by. And it was a dairy farm because behind that wall, which you couldn't see, was they were being milked like constantly. But it was dairy farms. That's all gone now, though. There's all houses in there. But I mean, when I was young, this was all a lot of farmland, a lot of corn, also.
Basically like where I was all farm and the Nike base, because we had a battery of Nike Hercules nuclear surface to air missiles.
Oh, fun.
Wow.
There's a lot of jobs there for that.
Where?
Was that?
Where?
So it's in Middlesex County.
Oh, Middlesex.
I don't want to say the town, but
Yeah,
we had a Nike Hercules base, and I remember like in the morning, they would come to the apartments to pick us up, and then the next stop, then there was a what do you call it, a trailer park across the street on the other side of Route 9, and then we would go down to the Nike base to pick up kids there and go to my grade school.
Yeah, where Vernon, when I was a kid, Vernon was rural. It would be classified accurately as rural. Now it's more suburban than rural, but there's still some rural areas. Where I am now is kind of rural.
You're kind of mixture. So it's almost like it's not suburban. It's almost like super rural.
Yeah.
Because like suburban is like less than urban, but you're like not quite suburban, but you're more than rural.
Right.
It's weird.
Did you just call him sub-rural?
Super rural.
Super rural.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing the whole continuum now.
Yeah.
Or suburban. Demi suburban. But yeah. I mean, I'm I'm one of those old people that drives around going, I remember when that was there. I remember when that was all woods over there. You know, we used to steal pumpkins from the farm that used to be here, and that's, but I mean, it's a lot of the farms are gone because they're just gone. Because the farmers retired and their kids didn't take over the farm and they're sitting empty. A lot of those, a lot of farms that are just rotting. And there's others where the land was sold and now there's condos or whatever. The few farms that have stuck around they find ways to be commercially successful, commercially viable by where it's not so much crops that they're doing touristy stuff. Like there's one farm where they do a lot of weddings. And they've got cows and they've got fields and they do all that stuff. But most of their money is made by being a venue for people who want to do farm weddings. Then we get the farm that has the corn maze and the hay maze, and they do the haunted hay rides, and they've got field after field after field of pumpkins, and they do Ferris wheel rides and bumper cars and all that stuff in the fall. They make their money like that.
I'm laughing because you reminded me of an idea I've had, just to be, mostly to be funny, but I kind of like to do it. So when my father died, I and my, siblings, we inherited some land. None of my siblings wanted. They kind of said, yeah, you have it. So I own like 7 acres in Alabama. And so
you do? Currently?
Yeah. So I was trying to figure out what to do. My aunt keeps asking me, what are we going to do with the land? What are we going to do with the land? And, so my thing is, I want to do like the keeping it real answer to Colonial Williamsburg. So I want to do where you go. So it's like people that aren't black could go and see what slavery was really like. And and have somebody be the overseer and whip people, and it's like, put them out in the fields.
There's places that do that, Joe. There's places that do that. I saw on TV. It was like in the last couple of years. There was a class trip. They went to the cotton fields, and these poor kids. It was they didn't expect this to happen, but apparently most of this one class was black. And they sent them to the cotton fields, and when the kids went home and told their parents went fucking ballistic.
Yeah, no shit.
It's like rightfully so, but at the same time, they were doing this with all of the schools. And it was like somebody didn't think.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, is I want to do this for adults. All these people that think, oh, slavery wasn't so bad. Oh, it's just like a job. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it the right way. Because here's the thing. The land that I own. This is land that my enslaved ancestors used to work.
Yes. Oh, we talked about.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
So this was the real shit.
After the show is over, go back to 2 hours and 47 minutes into the show, right, and watch your face when I say that, because I can guarantee you that was the face that all of the parents made when the kids went home and said that
because shit. I mean, I just. I'll tell you, being down there and just driving past, the first time I drove past the cotton fields, I burst into fucking tears. It hit me really like this wave. I didn't even expect it. It was fucking, because it was like the reality, just like kind of like it was oppressive and was like on my head.
Clock. This was like 10-year-old kids. They were like 10 years old, and they'd have to go. It was a school trip, and apparently it's something that they do all the time. Well, this particular class was mostly black kids, and there they were out in the cotton fields picking cotton as part of their and their parents lost their fucking minds, rightfully so. I number one, I'm white, so it's not a big deal, like personally to me, but also it's like if they singled out the black kids, to me that's an issue, but they didn't. It was like everybody did it. But somebody at the school who planned the field trip should get fired, because if they didn't know, they should have known.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's the kind. I mean, if they did, and I mean, I'm surprised they didn't get beat the fuck up.
Hey, mommy, we were picking cotton, and the guy thought, you went where? What? Yeah. What did the permission slip say? What did the parents think was going to happen on the trip? Yeah.
I mean,
That's even worse than me coming on the goddamn podcast with an entire case of Chiquita bananas.
hey, Raven, you know what it reminds me of? What I feel like saying right now, like, do you remember on Chappelle's show years ago, like where they did the Mad Real World? And so it was like a bunch of black guys, and there was like one white dude. And so when they kick him out of the house, they're like, he's like, we could just fuck you up, and then he's like, we reserve the right to fuck you up. Oh gosh.
Chiquita banana joke.
Oh, what?
I don't understand the Chiquita banana.
Oh, that's a TJ joke.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about it. I mean, see, here's the thing. Like, I don't give a fuck what people insert in their bodies. If you think,
no, that's a different TJ, though.
Yeah, different TJ.
That's a different TJ, though.
Yeah.
Which TJ do you think this was? This ain't the Amazing Atheist. Okay. I wouldn't be on his show.
This is Coctopus.
This is Coctopus, TJ.
Okay.
Yep. Totally different guy.
Come on, man. Then again,
it was a really formative moment in my life. Becoming a more learned atheist, because I'd heard all these arguments from Ray Comfort about how the banana was made by God to fit perfectly in your hand.
So, on
amongst other places,
yeah,
amongst
other places now.
On one of the first Manus Mayhem charity events, I was on it was my hour, but I was on with Happy Cabby, and I was deep throating a banana on the stream, and nobody said shit. And Happy Cabby was like, rooting me on and all this kind of stuff. He was getting all into it and everything. Nobody said shit. So when later, right, the Amazing Atheist had his banana shenanigans and other people, and everyone was like freaking out. I was just like, and nobody gave a shit that I did it. I mean, it wasn't like it's all obviously a whole thing, but still, I was deep throating banana. There was somebody else. Who was it? It was a girl who got blocked. Like YouTube, shut her down for putting up a video deep throating banana.
Really?
Joe, you know the difference between TJ's bananas and Raven's bananas? The taste.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Clock, to answer your question, Amazing Atheist put out a video 2 weeks ago.
The Amazing Atheist put out a video 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, called The King Speaks, and then a week before that, The Amazing Atheist is terrible.
Well, yeah.
Whatever.
Put out something tonight, too. I think he was moving. I'm not sure where he moved to. But I know he moved cross country a bit.
Well, it's midnight, and I'm getting a little run down here, so I think I'm gonna bounce. But wonderful seeing everybody. Hi to both Raven's audience and the goddamn podcast audience, such as they are. Yeah. And I will see everyone. Take care.
Later, buddy.
So this being the goddamn podcast, just looking back at my week, without giving too much away, because I have some confidentiality restraints. I heard someone who was distressed wonder if somebody would be in heaven when they got there, right? And I've heard a lot of arguments like, you would never stop someone from their belief in heaven, at a funeral, right?
Right.
I saw someone in tears like years after any funeral scenario, but still wondering, is that person going to be in the good place or the bad place?
Right.
Right. And I just felt like, wow, I am so totally out of the realm of even being able to fathom what that is like.
Yeah. So, almost 2 years ago, my dad died from COVID.
Yeah.
And the other night, apparently my sister had a dream that she saw him. And she was really upset the next day. She was really upset. She was pretty distraught. And we have like a family chat where all the siblings, except for I'm in there, but I don't really, for the most part, don't talk in there because I don't really get along with my siblings because of transition. But anyway, she was in there and she was, concerned that he isn't happy because we didn't spend enough time worrying about how he felt as he was dying, and that we were all focused on our own pain. So, being a non-believer, it took a little while for me to get involved in the discussion because I did not feel there was a whole lot I could add. And I didn't want to be like, he's dead. There's nothing. It's just, this is why you make the most of the minutes that you have when you have them, because tomorrow isn't promised, and after you're gone, you're gone. I mean, it's just, there's nothing. So I wasn't going to do that, even though that was what was going on in my head. I wasn't going to say it. So what I did say was, that when I did talk to him, I said the last time that he and I spoke, he said that he was ready to die, and that he was okay with dying, and that his only real regret was not spending more time with his kids. And that's how he felt. I said that he died carrying his, he died with strength and dignity and with his unabiding faith. And what more can you ask for? I mean, that's a good way to go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That seemed to help. I'm just like, but like I said, that means nothing. As far as like a non-believer, that means nothing. That's gobbledygook. That doesn't mean anything. But whatever. It was important for her. Okay. If that's what people need, then that's what they need. I don't understand really the need for it, but I do understand that it exists. So okay, whatever. It is what it is.
From my perspective, being a long time atheist, I get offended by these scenarios because spiritually inclined tend to think that they can continue to have interactions with the dead.
Yeah.
When they should have had those interactions with the person who was alive.
Yeah.
But now she is now the last person to have communication with them when it was actually you.
Right. So one of the things that's happening, my mom is really bad, really, really bad. She's really bad. She has not been okay since he died. She cries every day. She refuses to see a therapist. I can't talk to her anymore. Partly because of the whole transition thing. She dead names me. She doesn't respect my pronouns. And I could deal with that if I wasn't listening to the constant, I miss your father, I miss your father, I miss your father. But she constantly says that she talks to him and he answers. And she, for birthdays and all that kind of stuff, she'll you know, if it's your birthday, she'll say on Facebook, you know, happy birthday from Grandma and Poppy, you know, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Uh,
She
you know.
really hasn't come to terms with it
Yeah,
almost.
but, you know, Daddy loves you, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, you need to see somebody, you know. I mean, I'm not offended by it that, like, you know, she has this feeling of entitlement to have, you know, these continued relationship with a dead person. I feel badly for her, and I
Yeah.
think she needs help.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
she refuses to get it. So, and it's sad and it sucks, and I feel really bad, but it's just, if she doesn't try, you know, to come to terms with it, what more can be done?
Well, I mean, at least you're not enabling that kind of behavior with her.
Well, I mean, when I
sounds like
talk to her, she starts in on it. I just say, yeah, I know, Mom. I know. Oh, it's so bad. I was crying. I know. I miss. I know, Mom. I know. You know,
but very draining when it's.
I miss him too. You know, I understand. I miss him too.
Yeah. Just sounds very draining when it's the bulk of the conversation. Constantly.
It's very draining. It is. It's very draining. It's difficult to, you know, to have the conversation. So I don't. We don't talk much at all. And again, that's not the only reason. It's also because she, you know, she calls me Robert constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Robert.
That's like a dead name on a dead name.
It's bad. It's bad. Hi, Robert.
We didn't call you Robert.
Oh, she always did.
She always, like, she didn't even respect Rob.
Yeah, no, it was Robert, because that was the name that she gave me.
Is that more of just like an entitlement thing? Because she's your mother and gave birth to you, so she feels, you know, she has the right to call you what she
In order to
wants.
maintain a relationship, I had already said publicly, she is the only one that I will take that from.
Right.
You know, I told her it's disrespectful, and she says, "I respect you." I said, "No, yeah, obviously you don't." But okay, whatever. I can deal with that. You know, she gets a pass. But what she doesn't get a pass from is the constant crying about, I miss your father, miss your father, miss your father. I know.
So there was one more bias that I had to deal with, and it was the same situation, but it's a completely separate bias. The term that I overheard being used for Christ was Yeshua.
Okay.
And when I heard that, my mind immediately went to the Mighty Wind cult. Like, I'm like, oh my goodness, this person is whack-a-doodle like those people, you know? And whenever I hear people pronounce the name Jesus Yeshua, like they're a little bit more enlightened than every other Christian, I have this bias, like, oh my gosh, you're one of those pretentious people that think that all the other Christians are going to hell except for your particular church, right? My goodness. And
yeah,
it hits me, this bias that I have, that, like, this is going to be a very difficult person. I may need to, you know, walk away from this one.
So one of the clinicians that comes in to work with Kai, Peach and I, we have two boys. They both have language delays. Our 5-year-old has been diagnosed with expressive receptive language disorder. The little guy's too young. They don't do any diagnosis for that kind of stuff until they're 3. He just turned 2, but he clearly has a delay. So we have a clinician that comes in from early intervention. We have several clinicians that come in. Every single day there's somebody. Some days he has multiple clinicians. I am a busy mom. I have a lot of that kind of stuff going on. And so one of his clinicians is a Trumper who thought he was a great president, even though he's a flawed man. And I don't like her. I have gotten into back and forth debates with her about current events, the abortion issue. She doesn't understand why people want to kill babies. And it's just like, there are no babies being killed. These are not babies. The baby isn't a baby until it's viable. And once a baby is viable, you can't get an abortion. Unless it's, an emergency. And in that case, it's not killing, it's, saving the life of the mother. I mean, it's sometimes you have to do those things, but there's not voluntary killing of babies. Sorry, not happening. And she's like, well, you call it a fetus, and I call it a fetus because it's a fetus. Sorry, but it's just, I don't like her. I don't like her. She's a Trumper. She comes to my house like twice a week, and I don't like it.
Is she a good speech therapist?
She is actually a developmental. It's a DI, whatever the fuck that stands for. I don't remember now. So she's not a speech therapist. She DI is what she does, and she's okay. He has two. The other one that comes is also a right winger. I don't know if she's a Trumper or not, but she's much better, and I like her. She's annoying. She talks a lot, like to the point where it's like you have to try to escape. Because, her name is Lizzie, and she's always talking about Miss Lizzie. And Miss Lizzie, all the kids like, it's like, oh my God, lady, shut up. Just shut up.
Yeah.
But I mean, she's good. Our kid, Kai has made a lot of progress working with her. She is relentless with certain things. And I mean, her approach is paying off. It's showing dividends, where, the kid is doing things he wasn't doing before, and it's directly, you can draw a straight line to her, and it's just like, so I don't care that she's a right winger, you know what I mean? But this other one, she's new with us, and I mean, she's not just a right winger; she's a Trump right winger, and she's a devout churchgoer, and she hasn't been working with Kai long enough to say that there's any value in her presence. And I just don't like her. I just don't like her. And I think she knows. There was one day we were sick. So I sent her a message. I said, we have to cancel for today. We're sick. And she said, oh, you just don't want me to come.
What?
LOL. It's like, she thought she was being funny, and I was like, well, I mean,
now that you mention it,
yeah, but I mean, like I said, she thought she was being funny. It was a joke, but that's a joke on her part that I am sure was based in a real insecurity that she might feel like I don't like her,
right?
Because of the discussions that we've had. Because I know so much about her position on stances that a lot of them are pretty, near and dear, it's just, yeah. Although today we did determine that we agree on the Bears.
At least there's some common ground. So great.
Yeah, the Bears, they need to be thinned out. It is what it is. It is what it is. If I don't start seeing progress that we can tie to her, in Kai, I might actually ask that.
The vote.
Yeah, that we reconfigure schedules and stuff and see.
Mm-hmm. Just clash with views. I mean, this a position like that, you definitely need a cohesive relationship.
Well, yeah. I mean, you want to. People are coming into your house and they're working with your kid, and you don't have to agree on everything, but you just have to at least feel comfortable.
Right.
And I don't like her.
Yeah, this just doesn't sound like it's gonna work out too well.
The other one, I don't agree with her. She's a right winger. She drives me crazy because she talks so much and she gives me a headache. But I don't mind having her in the house because there's progress. The kid likes her. She's made a connection with the kid, and they've got great rapport. And she spends 90 minutes a session. She's here twice a week. 90-minute session for a 2-year-old is a long time.
It
And
is, yeah.
a couple of them. So. And it's working and it's paying off, and I can deal with her talking. Oh, the kids love Miss Lizzie. When Miss Lizzie comes in, the kids are happy. They might be crying when I get here, but they're happy when I leave. And oh my God, lady.
Yeah.
I mean, I can deal with it because there's a payoff.
Exactly.
But I don't know. I don't know. It's rough. The whole thing is fucking rough. I mean, you don't have kids thinking that you're going to have a special needs child, and you really don't anticipate having two.
Right.
Yeah, it's rough. But love them to death.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's the thing. With most parents, that biological need to protect and love is usually there with parents. Not all, but
yeah, I mean, there's so much more than that. Just though you're a parent, you know that. They do things and they say things, and you melt, and it's good stuff. So,
Is Kai eating better?
Kai eats. Yeah, Kai eats. Damon doesn't eat. New, simpler way to charge patrons. No, I don't want to change that. Go away.
oh, is there something new?
I don't know. Something
The
about
StreamYards thing? So I haven't explored much on StreamYards. I don't know much about that software other than just, well, you use it.
it's easy. It's just so much easier than anything else I've tried.
There's definitely a learning curve to OBS once you learn it and learn like hotkeys and stuff. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, you can do
Great.
stuff for those that kind of software, all that. You can do stuff that you cannot do clearly. That you can't do on StreamYard. But I mean, I think because like you have that whole background and all the artwork and everything, you might be able to do that on StreamYard if you pay for the software.
That makes sense.
I'm doing it for free, and you can't change any of that stuff. It is what
that
it
makes
is.
sense. Yeah, they gotta give you something worthwhile to pay for.
So, I mean, but the way that it's set up, it is what it is, and there's very limited options. But it works and it's easy to use. You can't really do the kind of stuff that you do on the goddamn podcast on StreamYard. Just you have the whole setup with a different one. I don't know how to do that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, well, you probably do like a share screen though if you want to, or I guess you can open a browser somewhere in there too, just if you want to play content.
I mean, that's how I did this. Where is it? Where is it? Let's see if I can find a good one. Let's find a good one. Oh no, not that. Oh. Wait, what was this? Oh. Good.
See ya. Hope you had a good time. Hope you'll have a good morning. Hope we get to see you again.
I love it. It's
See
me along
ya. Hope you had a good time. Hope you'll have a good morning. Hope we get to see you again. See ya. Glad that you could stay a while. Glad that we could say good morning to ya. Hope you'll have a shiny day. Hope you'll have a shiny day. Hope you'll have a shiny day. Goodbye.
Coming next week to a city near you.
11.
Is that next week's every major city? Little sneak peek.
That was we did that was the first time we did the simulcast, and that was how I made that to log off. That was the first time we did the goddamn podcast with Raven's Nest.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it took me way too long to make that video. I mean, there's believe it or not, there's over a dozen clips in there to be able to put that together. So
Yeah. What do you use for video editing?
Sony Vegas.
Okay. Yeah, that's what TJ was saying he uses. I haven't touched that in years. I found a really steep learning curve on that.
My software is old. I pirated it years ago. That was Sony Vegas 13. I think it's 13. I'd like to get the new stuff, but it is what it is. Yeah, what's in that banana box, AOD?
Or near beer. That's all. One near beer. No actual bananas.
No actual bananas. No actual beer.
No. You're right. Joe said he hated marketing. Well, I'm willing to listen to marketing when they're bringing near beer. And they're wanting me to take some samples.
So I don't understand. Like, you were walking down the street and somebody said, "Hey, you want to listen to some marketing? I'll give you some free near beer."
No, some near beer marketers were like, "Hey, there's a substance use treatment facility. Maybe they like beer with no alcohol in it."
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, what's the purpose of drinking? Is for the taste, or is it strictly cooking?
I guess it's for people who can't drink anymore to make them feel
I wouldn't cook with it.
Yeah, no.
Like, beer battered fish or something. I used to start recipes that called for actual beer in it.
Yeah, but all of those recipes for beer batter, like the alcohol would cook out anyway.
Right. Yeah, this is true. Yeah. I mean, the cost difference up here is outrageous. Like, if you buy the non-alcoholic shit, like at a grocery store, under $10 for a 6-pack versus we don't even sell 6-packs in liquor stores. So 12-pack is generally 35 plus, depending on the brand.
Yeah, you guys have funny money up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, alcohol is outrageous. Marijuana, though, is relatively cheap, like $10 a gram less. Some are like 15, depending if it's some really high THC or really high CBD content, but you get some specials at the government stores, like $6.
I don't know what cheap beer goes for here. I don't know. I know when I was a kid, I used to go on beer runs with a friend, and if we had $3, we could get a 6-pack of Meisterbrow.
Sure. I used to go to the little gas station and Colt 45s for 78 cents. It always sticks to my mind, like 78 cents for those fuckers, and get you good and wasted for under $5.
Yeah. Meisterbrow and Budweiser. We used to get that too.
Mhm.
Budweiser was the king of beers, of course, and cheap.
Oh yeah. That's
So how is the
generally.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Sorry, I had the YouTube thing going because I was making food when I got back. But it kind of went along with the day, I suppose. I went down there to the urgent care, but it wasn't an urgent care. After a certain hour, it was an ER. Didn't know that. So took him back. I'm like, well, what is it that you guys are even going to do for broken toe anyway? And the nurse kind of leaned in and she's like,
splint.
She's like, nothing.
Yeah, they don't do anything for a broken toe. They might tape it up.
So
Their toes or something.
So I'm like, okay, so yeah, they're gonna do something like that, but there's really nothing to do except for take some medication, prop it up, ice it. Like he doesn't need a boot or whatever the fuck they're gonna give him.
No, not for a
to
broken
sleep.
toe. They don't do that for a
So
broken
I'm like, okay, so I didn't feel like spending the $250 whatever deductible for the emergency room. So I'm gonna bring him back in tomorrow and get whatever boot thing they give him.
They are gonna give him a boot for a broken toe.
I mean, whatever it is that they're gonna do, I don't know.
They typically don't do anything.
Well, yeah.
Which I
he's,
was surprised when I found that out. That broken toe, they just send you home.
Right.
They might tape it up because they don't want the bone like shifting and stuff. But
Yeah, it's kind of the same with the broken finger, and it all depends like where the break is, but they'll generally just tape it to the adjacent toe or finger, or give you a splint for it and tape it to the other fingers.
Yeah.
At least for the first few weeks to set.
The big thing is the pain. They want to manage the pain in whatever way works.
Well, tonight he can get by with Motrin and Tylenol, and in the morning, if they want to give him something, to make him have a better time than that, then great.
Yeah.
But I'm not
If
going
you
to
get the swelling down.
I'm not going to spend a couple $100 so he can get a fucking Vicodin for a night.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
I mean, unless it's that painful, yeah. But like any kind of like Motrin to reduce swelling, ice is definitely an important thing, and to elevate it.
Yeah. So
Almost treat like a sprain.
Yeah.
So that was how I capped my night. Like, and I was so fucking tired. I was like, I'm not physically tired. I'm just.
Can I ask a personal question?
Yeah.
Just between you and me, with whoever's watching, of course. How are your kids dealing with this? You.
I mean, I think they're just kind of. I mean, there's like a shock period that they went through, but my kids are not in the best state right now but it's not because this, it's just because of everything that comes with it,
Right, the other stuff. That's what I figured. But as far as I meant you, the trans stuff.
Well, I mean, it's not like anything's really changed, I mean, I told them that it's going to take a while, and it's going to get weird. And I kind of need them to go along with it, and it's just they're fine with that. I think they're going to be okay with that.
Right.
But like for a certain period of time in the future, doing things is going to be kind of weird. Like if I take my kid to a soccer game or football game or whatever, and we talked about that too, but it's so like I'm going to be boy moding for so long that we can kind of prepare for those things,
right.
Mentally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah. my kids, I stayed with dad. No matter what I do, that's who I am. That's who I'm going to be. I'm dad. We tried to do this is with the little ones. We tried to do like a mama kind of a thing. I couldn't do it. I kept fucking. Everybody else was fine. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm dad. That's just. I've always been dad. I will always be dad. That's.
Some dads are women. You know, that's just the way it's gonna be. Fuck it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just too ingrained in me. I can't do it. It is what it is.
There's this one trans YouTuber that I follow. I don't know her name off the top of my head, but she did something pretty clever for when she goes out in public with her kids. Kids call her Maddie, right? Because it's like the whole of my dad or my mom, right? So they like her kids, like it's kind of like an aunt thing, right? You know, because it would be kind of weird if you're in public and a kid barks, "Hey, dad!" You know, you're like, right. I thought that was pretty clever, Maddie. I mean, I don't know if I'd go for it, but
I like it. Yeah,
Mhm.
I like that. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
My older kids, when I came out, they were, you know, my the oldest, my son. He said, "Well, that actually explains a lot," and so that was cool. And my daughter, she was just like, you know, hey, you do you. The last time I saw her over the weekend because she stayed here and watched the boys while Peach and I went out on date night. So when she came in, I was down here. This is my, by the way, I was down here and I put my makeup on because I have all of my stuff here by the computer. So I put my makeup on, put my face on, and I went up to greet her, and she said, "Your makeup looks good." And I was like, "That's my girl." Yeah. You know, and over the past, you know, like year or so, it's always, you know, there's been a, you know, "Hey, Dad, can I borrow your eyeshadow?" "Hey, Dad, do you have, you know, eyeliner?" You know, that kind of stuff. And I always got a lot of that.
You know, I don't know that it's never not going to be weird, but you know, it's like okay to be weird. You know, it's just okay. And people can go fucking suck my girl cock if they have a problem with it. You know, fuck them.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's weird. It's weird. And we laugh. My daughter and I, mostly me, you know, we'll laugh about how weird it is because we have done that stuff, borrowed makeup from each other, and it's funny. Never thought, you know, you'd be borrowing eyeliner from your father.
Right. It's just like me the other day at Target when I told you about the hairdryer shit. You know,
Yeah.
like okay. Mike and Mike's belly. Hi.
Yeah.
Wow, dude.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here too.
Okay.
I might need to change plans. So, I mean, in case the entire internet wants to know, yeah, I woke up this morning and had like my checking account emptied. So, like, I had to go beg my darling soon-to-be ex-wife to put some money back fucking in there, so I could do like normal people shit, like take my kid to the fucking emergency room. You know, stuff. Not a great day. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is it's not that I'm broke, but I'm sort of broke because of the technicalities of it. So I might be stuck. Anyway.
It's temporary.
It's temporary, but Sunday might not happen. Why are you sideways?
And frozen, apparently. Oh.
I just said all that for nothing.
Maybe. Mayhaps so.
Tell you what, man. This fucking divorce shit. It, like I was telling, I think I told Joe, I'm like, you know, like if it was like a a restaurant on Yelp, I'd give this bitch 1 star. It fucking blows. This fucking place sucks.
I told you about how amicable my divorce was.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh God, I got off so lucky, and I'm so glad that we were able to do that, right? So fast forward a few years. I went to pick up the kids, and my ex-wife comes up to the car, and it was my daughter's birthday. And she said, hey, wondering if, for Michelle's birthday, if you pitch in, pitch in a few bucks for her birthday gift. I said, well, I already got her something for her birthday. She goes, well, I was hoping that you could go half on a water slide.
Half on a water slide?
And I said, wait, what? She goes, yeah, I want to get a water slide for the kids. And I said, okay, but your other kids aren't my kids.
Right.
She said, it's Rochelle's birthday. And I said, yeah, but Rochelle's birthday has nothing to do with your other children.
She's
I
being
already got her a birthday gift. And she said, I'll take your fucking ass to court. No, she said, I'll take your fucking faggot ass to court.
Oh, wow.
And, they'll keep you from seeing the kids.
Yeah, isn't that fun?
And I said, try it. I said, try it. I said, because
expensive.
I am not buying your other kids a water slide. You can get that idea out of your fucking head. It ain't happening. So, yeah, but I mean, that's what it was for years. It was like demands, and it was threats, and it was arguments on the phone. And then she hacked into my email, and she found a receipt from online pharmacy from where I was buying hormones. And when I went to pick up the kids, she was just like, so you got boobs now, huh? And I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, oh, I saw your email. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, you've been buying hormones. She's like, I know it. And I denied it, of course, but for years, she kept telling the kids, your father has tits. Your father has tits for years. So when I came out, my son was just like, oh. He said, Mom's been telling us that for years. We thought that she was lying. I was like, no, for this one thing, she was telling the truth. For this one thing you could have trusted her with, because it was true.
Like, I get that not doing what I'm doing and denying it kind of made me less happy of a person for a very long time.
Right.
But I was a fucking serviceable husband to her, and I was faithful, and I was I provided for her and the kids, and she didn't work for most of it, and I did it, and I didn't complain about it.
Right.
And just like I got slung as an imposter. I got labeled as selfish.
Selfish
and
and
it's just
narcissistic is normally what they call trans people.
It didn't fucking feel selfish. It feels like I've been like living for everybody else my fucking entire life.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I know.
So, yeah, it's some bullshit. It's super stressful, but like, it's like I know it's what I have to do.
Right. Your situation when it comes to your ex-wife, your soon-to-be ex-wife, your ex-wife.
Yeah.
Your situation with her is your situation from her. As any two people, you can always draw parallels, but she's going to do what she's going to do. Right. Some are okay. Some are okay, and they're always okay, and they stay okay, and everything is fine. Others are okay at first and become fucking nightmares, like my ex-wife. Others are nightmares all the way through. Some are nightmares and they become okay. Who the fuck knows? I mean, it's she might be all right, and it'll take time, but who knows?
I don't give a shit because it doesn't matter either way.
Well, I mean, it matters because there's children. It matters because you're still going to be part of each other's lives, or at least sometime.
I mean,
There comes a point where that may not be the case anymore. Like I haven't seen my ex-wife in years.
if she wants to be like that with my kids will fucking know. You know what I mean? Like, if she wants to be like that and try to, pit my kids against me or ruin my relationship or talk about how fucking degenerate or whatever the fuck, then I fucking raised my kids too, and I know that they're gonna fucking. I know that they're not gonna.
Right.
So, I really don't give a fuck. I mean, she put this nasty ass Facebook post out yesterday that outed me to like 700 fucking people. It's like more people than I've known in my life.
Oh wow. Oh, I didn't know that. He hadn't said anything, but I didn't know that.
Had to happen at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not just it's the whole fucking trans experience so far. One fucking star. 1 star review. Fuck this place. But I don't have any choice. They'll lock me in, so.
As somebody who actually, as somebody who also saw that post, I actually dug a little bit deeper and looked at all the comments on it, and the number one word that came up in all of the comments was prayers. I just saw Raven try to judo flip me with eyes. It's like, wow. Yeah. Gag you with a spoon.
Did I send you
it's
that?
like...
Or did you go looking for it?
You know what?
Did I send you?
I went looking for it. And when the aggregate of everything, I was expecting more from y'all, but the word that the most was prayers. Say, this is something that needs prayed over. Magical assistance will intervene and good will come of this if everyone just supports with prayer.
This coming out as trans ain't for the fucking weak. It is not for the fucking weak.
No, it is not for the weak. I regret how I did it. I just blurted it out in a diner at breakfast with my mom.
Wow.
Well, she brought up the topic, and I was just like, yeah, that's me, kind of a thing, And she was telling me that a colleague of my older sister's was in the hospital dying because he attempted suicide because his daughter came out as trans. And I said, his son. And she said, no, his daughter. I said, right, his son. She says, no, it's a girl. I said, no, she is a trans man. It's his son. I don't know, whatever. Why would anybody want to do that? And I was just like, all right.
So we don't fucking shoot ourselves in the fucking head, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, here it goes. Here it is. And I just kind of.
No.
And she said, well, I knew you had boobs. I just figured you were a pervert. It's okay to laugh. because
No.
I laugh.
It's not okay to laugh when you have a mouthful of pasta.
Oh no, that's not good. It's not good. But yeah, I mean, it was just I was like, what? And then she brought up public restrooms, and it was just like, oh, this is just spiraling out of control. This was a mistake. But I went home, and I said to Peach, I just came out. And she said, what? I said, I just came out. So at the diner at my mom, I came out. And she said, now there's nothing holding you anymore. And I was just like, you're right. You're right. I mean, that's it. You know, that's it. The shackles are off. I can run.
I gotta tell you, this HRT shit, it's great, but you feel a lot of things, even the bad things, you know.
Yeah.
And there is a satisfaction from feeling those things.
Yeah.
But holy fuck, man.
It's hard to explain because you want to know something. Like, there's no difference between men's emotions and women's emotions.
Right.
The difference is that men are socially, they're socialized to ignore them or to not feel them or to bury them or to push them aside. They're still there. So the hormones kind of like force them through that barrier. And so you suddenly have full access to all of your
that I've ever had. Right?
Scary, and it is sad, and it's infuriating, and it's freeing, and it's all of these different things all at once. And I have still, I mean, it's been years now for me, and I still have no control over. I cry at fucking everything. There are charity shows that I used to do. Ask anybody who has watched any of them. I am in tears multiple times throughout the event because somebody did something or said something or, and suddenly I'm crying.
I cried half today. I was fucking crying.
Yeah. I cried at TV commercials. I cry at superhero movies. When Spider-Man died on Infinity War, I bawled.
The thing is, like, it does intensify it. Like, see that people don't understand trans shit. Like,
No,
but the propulsion, the urgency comes from that not being able to feel that shit, that stuff. That, you know what I mean? Like, that's the suffocating thing about not doing something.
I don't know. I never knew that all of that stuff was drowned out. Like, I never realized that I wasn't feeling those things, that I was. It wasn't until after the hormones where it was this sudden access to all of this stuff that I realized I had been burying it and hiding it for so long.
It's like a third person that's detached from your emotions or something. Like, it's a huge conflict, right? But it's not like a person, but it's like a...
Right. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah. And once those floodgates have been opened, it's like I can't go back to being half of a person again.
Right.
Because, sorry, guys, men, society has forced you to live your lives as half of a person. Because for most men, you're all socialized to be cut off from about half of what it is to be a human being.
You're certainly not seeing the world completely. Like that whole part of that is just, it's not there.
It's not there.
I mean, it's not even necessarily societal. I mean, it's a lot of like, you're not perceiving this because
it is.
And you're,
it is society.
Certainly society has a huge role in that. I know what you mean.
When you're 5 years old, if you're 5 years old and you're a boy and you have a twin sister and you're playing outside and you both fall down at the same exact time, she's getting picked up.
Right.
And you're told to tough it out.
Yeah. Well, I'm just even thinking like I've recently been to like my nephew's or niece's sporting event. You know, like the men all stay together and like crowd around, stand. The women all sit. The moms all sit, and they'll talk about other sports and shit. And it's like,
right.
I don't
Right.
fit in with those guys. Like I sit with the
It's
women. It's really
all that
weird,
stuff,
but
it's just, you know, experience after experience after experience, tiny little subtle experiences, right? That are just piled one on top of the next from the time you're born all the way through school. By the time you're like 18 years old, it's just like, you know, if you know inside that there's something that isn't clicking correctly, what do? You join the military. You join the
Sure.
service because you're going to beat that shit out of yourself. That's what I did. That's what you do. And, you know, that's what Vegas did because that's what you do. And it doesn't work. But that socialization throughout your entire life, you know, that is something that most men in Western society have gone through. So I can tell you, as, you know, somebody who used to be poisoned with testosterone, I am no longer poisoned with it, but I used to be poisoned. You know, I suffered from testosterone poisoning. I can tell you from somebody who had been there, if you're a man in Western civilization, you are only living your life as half of a person because you bury half of it.
I do think I'm feeling things more intensely, like you mentioned. So I don't know. Maybe it was just a craving. Who the fuck cares? I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. Like I said, for me, it was just like once I had access to all of that, I couldn't go back because that's what it felt like. It felt like I would be cutting half of myself off.
I would fucking.
Yeah. It wasn't always a good thing to feel all that stuff, but at the same time, I was glad that I could.
Right.
You know, it's like the whole world is different. Everything changes after that.
So yeah, life is in turmoil, in virtually every major facet. I'm not going to hide it. The thing is, I feel great. I mean, at the same time, you know, like, so it's like it offsets. It's kind of like I traded in one kind of shittiness for like a different kind of shittiness, if you get my meaning, you know?
I mean, to be alive is to be shitty.
Right.
Life is shitty. It just is for everybody. Yeah, I
am. See, like, I think the thing is, like, through all of this bullshit, like, I mean, I've done pretty well, and I'm actually a better dude than most dudes, which says something because I'm not even really a fucking dude. So, like, if I could pull that off, like, I feel like without that baggage, I think I'm gonna be okay. You know, like, so far since I started this process, I have met the most amazing people online and in person. And I've got a taste for what life could be, and like the kind of people I want to be around and the kind of things I want to do with my time.
Right.
And it's so radically different than everything I've done. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm fucking excited about life for the first time, you know? So I can't go back. Can't go back. Yeah. Tell you what, though, it's been a long time coming. Holy shit.
You're telling me?
Yeah.
I hear a lot of trans women talking about how they didn't get to be a girl. And they spend a certain amount of time during or after their transition trying to capture that, girlhood. And I'm like, I didn't even get to be a young woman. Forget about girl.
Right.
I went straight to old lady. And that's all right. It's okay.
I when I went to the salon to get my gray out, she was doing this. Oh, it's actually so beautiful. You should maybe put more in there and then make it into a thing. And I'm like, yo, lady, I didn't get into this to start off a grandma. Okay. Can you fucking make this shit?
Yeah.
No.
I'm actually making plans because surgery for me is January 4th. So that's in 2 months. And it's starting, because it's getting closer, it's starting to get scary. But surgery is in 2 months. And I was thinking that right before Christmas, I'm going to get my nails done. I'm going to get my hair done. And, that way, January 4th, new year, new me. Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I told you the tail of my hair dryer brush, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I have a hair dryer brush. I don't know if it's same one or not. Mine's like a paddle. It's like this big though, a little bit bigger than this actually. It's a paddle. And I don't like it. I used it at first and it worked. I thought it was good at first. I had my extensions. I used it on the extensions and it seemed to work pretty well. But now on my hair, I just use my wet brush and a hair dryer and
Right. Yeah, that's I need to go get a hair dryer. But then again, I have to go back to Target and figure out what the fuck hair dryer to buy, right?
No.
There's 40 of them.
I bought mine online for $10. It works great.
Okay. Let's get the cheapest shit then.
Yeah, no, that's all. I mean, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. If you use it a lot, they don't last. So don't spend a lot of money. And it's just a hairdryer. I wouldn't go crazy with it. You want to get a decent brush. I got this one for free from my hairdresser. It's a wet brush.
Yeah.
Those are awesome. I love wet brush when I have long hair. It's so much easier.
You have long hair?
I
Where's
used
your
to shave
face,
it.
by the way? Get in on this girl talk or whatever,
Well, I'm on the other podcast,
yeah, right.
so otherwise just duplicate
Oh.
on mine. And I am fucking with some settings, so.
I am picking up on the vibe that dudes can't understand the first thing about what you're going through because we are gimped with our emotions. But I tell you what.
You're what?
I feel like I do understand the first thing, and on Sunday, Vegas and I will we're going to go to a place.
Internet issues.
Your internet sucks, dude. I'm so sorry.
Pickles.
Something about a pickle.
I didn't hear anything.
Something about a pickle.
I'm just going to pretend that he complimented me greatly. Thank you.
That was so sweet there, Mike.
That was a nice thing for you to say.
So I have a friend I was friends with before I transitioned. He lives in town. And he and his wife used to come into my deli. And they would try. My menu was crazy. I had, they said I was the Willy Wonka of delis because I made crazy stuff, right? And it was interesting. It was fun. And they would come in and they would try all the different breakfasts I have. And I've actually made one that I named after his wife. And so we became friends. And after after transition, and I told him we were on Messenger on Facebook, and he was like, "This is really weird, and I don't know how I'm going to do, and blah, blah blah, and I don't want to offend anybody." He was all right, and we talked a couple of times online, and he said something I thought was kind of cute once, and I sent them through Messenger a heart, and it weirded him out, and I felt bad, and it was just like, sorry, didn't mean to like freak you out, dude. It's just a heart.
I freaked out Mike the other day on Facebook.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I was inviting him to the Snoop Dogg concert, and I said, "Come on, Mike, do you want to go? You could be my boyfriend simulator or some shit."
Oh, that's funny. That is pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so.
AOD wants to play with a pickle on Sunday.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I know it's just like, I'm sorry that, whatever. I mean, it's like some of my friends, it suddenly felt like that, where I could do that kind of a thing, and like it wouldn't be weird anymore. And yeah, that's pretty much been the case. That with a lot of my friends, I can do that kind of stuff, and it's not weird anymore. So, whatever.
I think I always use hearts.
Yeah, no, I didn't send hearts and stuff within chats to guys because, yeah, a lot of guys get all.
Like in retrospect, I was pretty bad at being a guy. So, yeah, it's kind of funny, actually, how bad I was. I went to this support group this last week, and first of all, I always assumed that there was more male to female trans people than the other way. That's
what I assume.
That's not true. No. There's more guys in my support group than girls, and some of them can be just as big as douchebags as this guy is, actually. But anyway, I lost my train of thought. What was I about to get onto? Shit. Sorry. Talk about something else. Fuck.
See, no, I don't want to. Now I'm invested in this.
Yeah.
So we could talk about how Michael's gone.
Mike, where are you?
Are you there?
I'm here.
Michael, go into the light.
No. I'm tired.
Why? It's only 11 o'clock.
So did you turn your lights off? Is that what you did?
Yeah.
So you're sitting in the dark.
No, I'm laying on my bed in the dark.
Are you fapping right now?
Maybe.
So you're lying on your bed in the dark with two trans women having a conversation with each other on your computer.
2 or 3, I'm not sure.
And we're supposed to believe what? That you're just resting? Okay.
Mike's making a name for himself.
Well, here it is. It's Agent of Doubt. It's right there.
Sorry.
I hear the skepticism working.
Dubious doubter, remember?
The killer clock. Why do I read that as the killer cock?
And, not to be all TMI or anything, but I've always been, into cock. And I never read that as the killer cock. So.
Dude, you want to know something weird? Boys smell good. Like what
Sorry?
the? Nothing. I'm not even gonna say it again.
They smell good.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sometimes. Yeah.
Anyway, it's kind of that was a little surprising. Yeah.
What? The guys smell good? Okay. That's something. Did you notice that your sense of smell had improved after starting hormones?
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
I could suddenly smell like fucking everything. It's just like, oh my god, has it always smelled like that in here? What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah. I've noticed that.
That's why that's why flowers are traditionally given to women because they're more appreciative of it because they can smell it better.
That makes sense.
Flowers were used to cover up other scents, whether it was body odor or whatever. Um, women could smell them better. So
Yeah, all sorts of shit's changed. My nose, or my scent. Well, probably my scent, but also my smell.
right,
Sweat is not a thing anymore.
I
Almost.
opposite.
Really.
Yeah, I never sweat. I never. I used to joke. I don't sweat. I'm a prince. Now I sweat all the fucking time.
Weird.
All the fucking time.
What else has changed? My internet history has changed a little
Well,
bit,
yeah.
you know, and stuff. Yeah, it's a trip. I kind of like it. I kind of am just. It's all weird and it's all great. It's really great and really weird.
The
And
enhanced, in figure quotes, the enhanced sense of smell of something I did not expect.
right.
Um, I mean, I knew that women, had a stronger, or better, sense of smell. I mean, I've known that for years. But I didn't think that that was something that the hormones would do.
Right.
So when I started to notice it, I was kind of excited about that. I was just like, wow. But at the same time, also like the kid across the room pooped himself. I would not have noticed this before, but holy shit!
It's just it's everything that it was, but more.
Right.
So yeah. I don't want to talk about trans stuff anymore. I want them to talk about stuff. They're making me feel weird.
Stuff.
Yeah.
I have
That way I can
too fun to talk
I
about.
can mock them for. Have you ever used a curling iron?
Yes, when I had my long hair.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, tried that. And like my hair was naturally curly, so I wanted to get the ringlets and shit. So I've done curlers and curling irons, and also hair straighteners.
Wow. I've never used a curling iron. I have used a straightener though.
It's a lot of work, like a lot of just amount of time that it takes.
So I think the whole don't wash your hair every day rule really just comes from the fact that when you have hair, you really don't want to fuck with it. Like after you get done blow drying it and getting it to not be this, shit. Like you just are like, oh my God, I'm not gonna get this shit wet for like a week. It's gonna fuck,
So I had long hair for 5 years, and 3 of those 5 I didn't ever use shampoo. I just conditioned. Really, really hot water and conditioner. And it my hair was really thin to start with. So shampoo would just dry it out too much, make it thinner and fall out. and I'd have a lot more volume with the conditioner. And it wasn't like it never got greasy, like yucky, not taking care of yourself greasy. The conditioner and hot water really did the trick, but I definitely had better results getting rid of the shampoo.
Yeah.
Like I never had like dandruff too bad, but yeah, also with getting rid of the shampoo, like never had dandruff again. Scalp is much healthier.
Washing your hair every day will dry out your scalp
I
and your
will.
hair.
So badly.
Yeah,
It
it'll
does.
dry it out. Then you end up with other problems with your hair that'll affect the way that it looks and the way that it grows and everything else. So, I mean, it's just wash every
I'm-
day. Or I
I'm
mean,
washing it about twice a week.
Like both of you, from the look of it, like have like nice thick hair. Like my hair was thin, and the actual like strands of hair are extremely thin. So
I
like,
have
long hair just didn't work.
beautiful hair. I love my hair. You have no idea. I am happier with my hair than I am anything else. I love my
You
hair.
got a nice part and everything to it. Like it's really nice.
I don't spend lots of time on it, but when I'm like streaming like this or when I'm bored, I'll brush it.
Sure.
I just do the Marsha Brady brushes,
Well, like when you mentioned the wet brush, like I had to use that because otherwise I was pulling out too much hair from brushing it.
These are great. These are absolutely great. I have a styling brush that I never used.
Where'd you get it?
Just before transition.
The wet brush?
The wet brush I got from my hairdresser.
I got mine on Amazon.
First time that I saw her, at the end when I was paying, she said, "Here you go, and this is for you." And I also got complimentary leave-in conditioner.
Oh, nice.
And what else she gave me? I don't remember.
They are like really great for kids too because it doesn't hurt, so you don't have to chase the kids around when they're young to brush their hair, especially when you have girls, right?
Love a wet brush.
Yep.
Killer Clock has never used the brush. Not even a toothbrush? Huh?
Yeah, I don't miss brushing the hair constantly because I just once a week buzz it with the things like $23 on Amazon for the head shaver, and just fucking it's no guard, so it's quite short.
Yeah, I love my
really
hair,
nice.
and I think that people should be jealous of it.
Oh,
I am
I'm just totally
super-
jealous. Yeah,
It's a great color too.
Love to have
Like,
had that.
yep. Are you feeling buttered up yet? I like mine. I just
Yeah, like yours good too. You got nice parts on it, and it looks thick.
There's parts.
Like how it's part. I like how you have it parted. Yeah,
It's
I don't know.
parted?
Like mine was just such a fucking mess.
Part in the center.
And I could not get it to part like normally and naturally. I guess I should have gone to like a hairdresser and probably got proper cuts and stuff.
You should.
Because I just basically let it grow from complete bald. Like I shaved with a razor, then just started at nothing and let it go.
I like doing all this kind of stuff too. I could never do that before, and it's like, oh my god, I love this.
Yeah.
It's a very love-hate thing for me.
Your hair?
Like, yeah, I love it, but also don't like eating it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there are
Uh,
some I'm learning some,
Yeah.
I had, yeah.
Yeah, like I always had it up or braided or
like,
or something on.
you know,
I could not stand it. Just
you like are holding something that you don't want to drop,
Yeah.
and then it's like, then your hair goes like this.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like-
yeah. Anytime you bend over or like you're trying to fucking start the lawnmower or some shit, it's just all in your
Right.
face. I'm like, fuck.
Only when you're doing something important or you can get injured, suddenly your hair finds your face and doesn't let go.
Yeah.
I do like the wind now. I feel like I'm in a commercial.
Yeah, in the summertime, I would put the car window down and just kind of. When I was alone, Pete's likes the air conditioner, so when she was in the
Right,
car,
so-
the windows were up, air was on. But when I was alone, the windows went down, and I was just.
Yeah, no, that drove me nuts. If I didn't have it up in a nice tight bun, just like constantly getting in your face, in your mouth. Like, ugh, I hate stuff touching my face.
I avoid putting my hair up. I don't want to get used to like a cheat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I can't
Could I do
imagine
it?
it's good for it either.
just because.
I feel like I
Yeah, you'd have no full
I don't-
ponytail. I mean,
Well, yeah.
oh, you got locks. Jeez,
huh?
you got locks to put a little ponytail in,
Yeah,
or do like.
but
a
I just don't like the way it looks like that. But
Yeah.
Yeah, no, same. I mean, I don't know, too manly. I mean,
yeah,
That's
I feel
cool.
like-
Yeah.
I feel like Steven Seagal. you know, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. He always got the little fucking ponytail going.
Someone needs to call me fat so I actually start working out because I was so bad this last week and a half.
Well, I mean, I think maybe you should get up and do something, Fatso.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It must be West Coast time or something, eh? You're saying it's early. You're gonna work out like it's fucking 2:45
No, I'm not gonna.
here.
No, I mean tomorrow. I'm going to not be a slug. I've been sort of a slug.
I didn't mean it.
Fatso?
Yeah.
No, I wanted you to. I need that. Give me more fat. Shame the shit out of me so I fucking could get my fat ass out.
Do you go to a gym or you just have home equipment?
I have some home equipment. I have an elliptical machine.
I have this.
Um,
I have
like
this
ellipticals.
Asian girl I went to school with, and we're friends on Facebook. And she's a real sweetheart. Her name is Terry, and she's like this whole big thing. Like she's always posting pictures about complaining about how she needs to lose weight. And I mean, she was never heavy, but in her mind, she was heavy. She was always complaining, and she had this goal, which to me seemed like almost unattainable, and she reached it. And it was like
Nice.
125 pounds. That was her first goal. And she recently hit it. And then her next one was like down to 123. And then she posted a thing. She's 122 pounds. And she posted a picture where she's got like a little bit of a muffin top. And she's like, now what do I do about this? And I'm like, are you serious?
It's like, go fuck yourself, you stupid. You can't. Fuck you.
You're absolutely
Fuck you.
I just hit 207, okay?
Right.
You know, you're 122?
Oh fuck!
Cry
Yeah,
me a
unless she's like 4'2". I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
You know?
I hate people are like 4 pounds overweight. It's like, really? No.
He's like, I just going to the gym to work with a trainer so I can keep on going. You're 122 pounds. Keep on going to what? What? To nothing.
I am
Nowhere? What the
I'm
fuck?
135 pounds down now. Pretty
Congrats.
amazing.
Nice. That's a
Yeah.
big chunk.
Yeah. And I've got 50, almost 50 more to go.
Sure.
But it's starting to get
It's
harder.
gonna slow down.
It's starting to get hard.
Oh yeah,
really
it's never
hard.
slow. Like when I went from 260 to 129.
Whoa.
Like fucking once I got to like 170, it's that last 40 pounds.
I want
Took
100.
so long.
I want to be 150 pounds. That's all.
Yeah.
Wait, how tall are you?
5'11".
Oh, 150 is too.
That's-
thin.
No.
I mean, BMI was.
That's
I
like
don't know.
No, that's like center. That's it. That's like right in the center.
If the eyes are open.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll be happy.
so that's one thing for the FFS though that I have to I'll be motivated to work out because the FFS talk to the doctor about weight loss.
Right.
And because I've got some new jowls, right? Very feminine jowls here going here.
I'm getting that. I got them here.
And I'm like,
I got old. I call them old lady jowls. I got them right here.
right. I was talking to him about that, and he said it's from the weight loss more than anything, right? So I need to get all the way in shape first so that my face deflates into pure jowls before FFS, because I don't want to pay for anything again after that. So I'll be motivated to try to get to 190 before whenever I get it done. So sometime in the next 6 months, a year, or something like that.
It's like 175 is like your top end BMI, Raven.
Yeah.
170.
How tall are you, Vegas?
6'1".
Oh, you're tall.
Yeah, you go up to 178.
Yeah, I'm not happy with how tall I am.
How tall are you? 5'9"? 5'11". Yeah. Oh yeah, you're taller than me.
I'm tall.
I hate being short. Short and small feet. Like I take a size 7.
To wear heels more often, because it'll help me develop a more feminine walk.
That makes sense. Yeah. The whole posture stance.
I kind of have a masculine gait, and I would like to erase that as much as I can.
Yeah, but that put you over 6 foot with heels.
Yeah, heels will do that.
Sure.
If I want to wear shoes at all, they might be that because my feet are so fucking huge that, like, all girl shoes, when you look online for them, seem to be like stripper shoes because they're all like, fetishy things for cross dressers. Like, it's like, motherfuck, dude, can I get some sneakers or what?
Yeah. Once you start going over like in women's shoes, you start getting like fetish type. I did find a pair of heels that were a size 12, and like my sneakers are a women's size 12, and they're normal. They're just normal, ladies' sneakers. So when I went, I found these heels at Nordstrom's rack. I was really excited. I was like, oh, cool. Tried them on. They were massive. So I was like, okay, that's not going to work. I don't know why the size 12 on the heels were so big. So I don't know. Maybe I'll try an 11 and see. I don't know. But
I won't even be able to shop in stores because it'll be like 14 women's or something like that. So, because it's like a 2 size difference.
They say, but not mine apparently.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm
10 and a half men's, and my sneakers are a size 12, and they fit perfect. But a size 12 for the heels is too big, so I don't know. Unless it was just that pair, maybe it's just the way that was sized for whatever reason. Like jeans are a fucking nightmare.
When you get to one of those discount stores like that, like you'll occasionally run into something that's weird about, you know what I mean? Like
It's probably. Is it dictated by waist size? No, not that I'm aware of. I don't.
Gait. What's that?
When you walk, the way that you move when you walk.
Of course, I know what gait is. Who doesn't know what gait is? I'm just kidding.
Well, I don't know why you did that.
I'm just kidding.
I
don't know. Dictated by waist size. Maybe it's waist proportion. I don't know. I think Mike's asleep, and I'm fading too. So I'm probably gonna have to bail out of here. What?
Was that Mike snoring?
It certainly seems it.
Yeah, it's Mike sleeping.
So it's like we're all sleeping with Mike. That's funny.
Anyway.
So we can tell him tomorrow that he slept with 2 trans women and a gay guy.
Right. It was the straightest thing ever. All right. I'm going to take off, you guys. I'm going to crash.
Yeah.
It's a very special episode of the goddamn podcast. Well, slept with Mike.
Anybody on in there anyway.
All right. See y'all.
Laters.
And yeah, I'm out too. So
yeah, it's been it's almost 3 o'clock here.
Yeah. It's like 1:25 here. So it's what it is. Everybody, whoever is left, do your thing, and have a good night.
Night, folks.
Bye bye.
Bye.
All right.